Welcome to the Ada K Show. I'm your host, Ada K, and I am a criminal justice major. I am also a deaf courtroom commentator, breaking down the gripping courtroom drama while providing full ASL interpretation, making justice accessible to everyone. Grab a cup of Java and let's dive in. Don't forget, comment, like, and subscribe. And if you love this channel, please become a member. Hello and welcome. Welcome to the first live of 2026. I hope y'all can hear me. My hearing aid's acting up. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. It's an early morning for the first live. It is... Oh my gosh. Good morning to First in Chat. Steve. Welcome, Steve. Whoa, that's not what I normally have. Oh my gosh. Did it change? Did they change? They did. Oh. Interesting. They changed. Bubble. We'll do bubble. Wow. Oh my gosh, y'all. Thank you so much for joining us. Good morning. How are you? Music by Brian, like a surgeon, cut for the very first time, like a surgeon with a knife. Can't believe I just did that. It's too early in the morning for me to be doing that. Too early in the morning. I'm looking for the trial, guys. They said they were going to be live at 8 a.m. Where are they? I'm looking for them. How are you doing? Did everybody have a wonderful New Year? Happy New Year's to you. Happy New Year's to you. Happy New Year's, everybody. Happy New Year's to you. I have to be careful with what I'm using so I don't get copyright strikes. So, Happy New Year. Hi, Sarah's in the house. One sunny day. Well, they said they were going to be live this morning at 8 o'clock, and I don't see anybody. I'm looking. All right. Well, first of all, somebody, I don't know who you are, sent this. And somebody, no one put their name on it. Well, they say the trial's supposed to start today. They say it normally starts at 7:30 Central Standard Time. No! But it's not up in YouTube yet. So this right here is a coffee warmer. And here's the thing. The day that I got it, I ordered me one. So I had to cancel the order. I freaking love this. I love my coffee, but a complaint that I always have is it gets cold too fast. And this one not only it has multiple temperature settings, so you can keep it colder or not as cold. It's wonderful. The only thing is, I think you guys can hear it through the mic, so I got to be careful when I put my coffee on it. Coffee's nice and hot this morning. Coffee is freaking nice and hot this morning. I am looking for court for him, so I'm going to Google his name in there and see what it does. Because today is supposed to be the start of trial, and they should already be in trial. But there's nothing yet. So it said Detroit News. Let me go to the Detroit News. Weather and updates. I don't want weather and updates. I want court. All right. Well, we'll just hang here for a little bit. We got a lot to catch up on. Good morning, Miss Christine. Good morning, out and about with Diane. Good morning. Good morning. We've got some changes to look at. How about we look at the new changes? My YouTube channel is getting a little facelift, y'all. I did it last year. I'm doing it this year. Let me get it. 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 Sketching. Okay, guys. Here's my YouTube channel. If you notice, we have a new banner. Okay, there's reasons behind the colors. My favorite color, and one of my favorites, is purple. One of my mods' favorite color is pink and purple. I tried to put pink on it, but it was too crazy. And then another mod of mine is blue and gold. So hence, blue, gold, and purple. Hope you like it. That is the new color pattern for this year. As you can see, we followed it through in the thumbnail. We followed it through in the two things. Y'all, go watch this short for me. It is about the Adrian Gonzalez, the Uvalde security guard, police officer for the school system who's on trial. I had like almost 700 views, and I accidentally deleted it. And now there's only 8 when I reposted it. This one's gotten over 900, which is about today. And just some layout changes, nothing major, but it's easier to find my content. As always, I'm forever learning in YouTube. This channel is 1.5 years old. That's still a baby in YouTube world. And I did not know, no one told me, I didn't know that you can change your format in YouTube on how people see your page. Oh, yes. So I got it all fixed up. We are waiting for the Desmond trial to begin. Don't go anywhere. It will begin shortly. In the meantime, I'm showing you some of the changes we have made. I'm going to go over his case in just a minute. I'm going to do a case in review, pretty deep one, actually. And we're going to talk about his case. And so we're going to do that. We also have the new case that's just popped. Come on, find the hole. These earrings have a ball on them that you screw in and not a push pin on the back. Then we also have the Adrian Gonzalez. Now, they're supposed to be picking the jury today for the Adrian Gonzalez. And as soon as that jury is picked, we go live. As soon as that jury is picked, we go live. So we'll be doing that. That is going to be our main case. Because why? Well, it's close to me. This is weird. I can't find it. There it is. Kind of fits close to home to me. I live in Texas. Uvalde is just about an hour away from me. Yes, it is. Well, let me see, an hour. Yeah, it's about an hour away. And I'm kind of liking these screw-on posts, but their problem, these were a little Christmas gift. They were little crowns. Don't feel like wearing a dangly earring. Miss June! Miss June, let me say hey. Miss June, I'm live if you want to come say hello. Miss June lives in Britain and they got snow in her caravan. So she's got snow in the caravan. So let me go over here to notes. Let me get everything lined up. And we're going to do a review of this case. Some people may remember it, some may not. This is a Red Room of Detroit. All right. This is a Red Room of Detroit neurosurgeon Dr. Devon Hoover. He was born. He was a 53-year-old. I need to be there. He's a 53-year-old respected neurosurgeon in Detroit. The defendant is Desmond Burks, who had an intimate and sometimes financial relationship with Hoover. You heard that. Yes, an intimate and sometimes financial relationship with Hoover. The crime happened in April of 2023 in Hoover's home in Detroit. The allegations are that against Burks is the prosecutors allege that Burks fatally unalived by lead shooter Hoover twice in the head inside his home, hid Hoover's body in the third floor attic crawl space, stole more than $20,000 in cash, took 2 Cartier watches, attempted to destroy and conceal evidence, including surgical glasses engraved with Hoover's name, a 9mm lead shooter. These items were placed in a bag that Burks gave to a lover who later helped dispose of them. I wonder who the lover is, and I wonder if the charges will be brought against said lover. Forgive me, guys. I am keeping an eye on where this is going live. And right now, I don't see a place. Miss June, good morning. Good morning, Miss June. If you should see where this has gone live, please let me know. Because guess what? I'm not keeping an eye right now. I'm not finding it live right now. Would help if I had everything popped out. I didn't pop out my chats this morning. What am I doing? So good morning, JJT67. Good morning. Yes, and no way, JJT67 is June Just Talks. So you're welcome to hop on with this if you would like, my dear. If you would like. Good morning, June S., my mod. Thank you so much for joining. So the preliminary hearings lasted for 4 days, where the judge ruled that there was sufficient evidence to bind Burks over for trial. The defense motion to squash was argued that the prosecutors lacked evidence. Well, I guess they didn't because they're moving forward. Judge Paul Cusick denied the motion. Today, they had a next court date, December 5th of 2025. The witnesses testified that Burke and Hoover had financial arrangements involving actual services. Ooh, doggy, this is going to be fun. Coffee is good today, and I got my warmer on. This is going to be fun. Burks gave a lover a bag containing incriminating evidence, including the engraved surgical glasses and handgun that belonged to Mr. Hoover. Is snowy in Detroit, perhaps? Maybe that's why they're delayed. We'll see. Burks may have been jealous after learning Hoover wanted to involve a third person in their relationship. Oh, menage a trois? Are they talking a menage a trois? Oh, Lord. I just lost my space. So let's get into a little bit of legal analysis. On the prosecution side, the strengths that they carry in this case is that the engraved surgical glasses found in the bag linked to Burks. Burks' mother identified them in surveillance footage by his distinctive limp. They have financial motive supported by stolen money and cash app transfers. Forgot to take my medicine. That's why I'm sniffling. Well, I've been sniffling. Evidence disposal involves a lover who assisted in the concealing of the items. Jealousy motive supported by text messages. Yep. Let me take my allergy pill. Thank you very much, guys. Supported by the text messages. Y'all, I keep telling people our phones are going to be the end of us. Prosecution's weaknesses: no direct eyewitness to the Red Room and the shooting, and the Red Room weapon in and of itself has not been recovered. No ballistics, no fingerprints, no DNA, no forensic evidence placing Burks at the exact moment of the Red Room. Timeline gaps that leave room for alternative explanation. Thank you so much for the docket. Let me see what it shows. June just talks. Thank you so much. And I'll read all of the charges. He's got 8 charges on him. June, you rock. Thank you so much, beloved. Let me get back to live comm so everybody knows where I'm at. All my mods, live comm when need be. Then the strengths of the defense. Here we go. The entire case is circumstantial. Well, most cases are. No Red Room weapon, meaning no forensic, no tie to the bullet, no eyewitnesses to a fight or lead shooting. Burks insane inside the home at the time of death. The relationship context may be reframed as consensual or financially voluntary, meaning they paid for actual favors. Key witness credibility issues, especially the lover who disposed of said evidence. The defense's weakness is Burks' mother identification of him on the video is highly persuasive. The bag with Hoover's engraved glasses challenging to explain away. Why? How? That is, surgical glasses are like freaking expensive. I think if I know what they're talking about, they're like the glasses that have like a telescope attaching abilities. They put these little telescopes so they can zoom in, and very, very specific. The cash app transfers after Hoover's death look like stolen money being distributed. The body hidden in the crawl space requires alternative explanation. How did said body get in that space? The judge already ruled that the evidence is insufficient to proceed. What? My cat going crazy. Bottom line, prosecution's strongest points: engraved glasses, mother's identification, financial motive, evidential disposal of the remains, jealousy motive. Defense's strongest point: No redrum weapon, no eyewitness, no forensic ties to the shooting, circumstantial credibility issues with the key witnesses. That is where we stand with this trial. Let me look at, welcome in everybody. Welcome. Thank you so much for hopping in. By the way, I got to make some adjustments with my screen. Something else that's new here is now it's a little different. I figured out how to make the banner move. And by the way, June S in Discord, go to media assets. You're going to scroll all the way down where it says background. In background, we have, you'll see where it changes. This is one for Adrian Gonzalez. It says T break. I need to change the title. And so I made these last night for court for today. Figured out how to get a moving background. Is that not cool or what? In breaking news today, thank you, June Just Talks. We have 2 Junes, so got to go back. The 8 charges against him is homicide, redrum is second degree. Count 2 is homicide, redrum in the first degree, premeditated. So that's interesting. There are different dates on these. Homicide, redrum in the second degree was in May 17th of 24. Homicide, redrum, first degree, premeditated was 8/7 of 24. Homicide, felony, redrum, 8/7/24. Larceny, 20,000 or more, 8/7/24. Comp to use to do crime, max 10 years, less than 27, 8/7/24. Weapon, firearm, possession by a felon, 8/7/24. Homicide, murder in second degree, now 11/4/25. Homicide, murder in the first degree, 11/4/25. So they just reinstated. So he actually has a total of 6 redrums against him. He was booked May 17th of 24. He is being held in the adult detention facility with 0 bond. 0 bond. June S., do we have a link to court? I can't find it. While we are looking for the link to court, June Just Talked sent us something that happened. It's breaking news. A woman left stunned after opening her door to a stranger to give a bunch of flowers and had no idea that she was taking part in a trial run for redrum. Sadie Sixton, 60 years old, was baffled when she opened the door in Helmshire, Lancashire, having never seen a woman before in her life, and before she could even get a word out, a stranger vanished. Just a week later, Sadie opened the front door again, but instead of flowers, this time she was greeted by the second woman, who was armed with a stun weapon and a knife, and was used to stab her 41 times. The horrific unaliving in 10 years ago this month was described in court as almost demonic savagery. Wow, that was an old case. But can you imagine? So be leery of people offering you flowers, y'all. Jerry David, you want to join the live? Oh, let me go to Facebook. Let me look at it on Facebook. Jerry, may I ask why would you like to join the live? Do you have specific and new information? Aw. Oh my gosh, we have an officer down in Deputy Constable Caldwell County, Texas. Precinct 3, who was tragically shot and unalive this morning while working. My hearts go out to the families. Oh my gosh. 6 months ago yesterday was Kerrville, Texas was changed forever as the national media had swarmed into our community, for we had the flood of what I call 1,000-year flood. Want to thank everybody for their love and support over the last 6 months. We are still recovering. Yes, we are still in recovery mode. There's still a lot of recovery going on. A lot of recovery going on. So, I'm trying to find the trial. So frustrating. So let me get to the Facebook account because we're live there as well. And somebody's talking to me through that. Hello. Hello, Jerry. Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you so much for joining. Appreciate you so very much. Hope you have a fabulous day. Where is Caldwell? That is in Texas. I don't know. Yeah, I see that, Miss June. I don't know why. They said they were having trial today, and now we have no trial. So, let's find something to watch. We also have a potential trial for Gonzalez today, but we're waiting. I know that the Gonzalez trial, they're doing the jury selection today, if I'm understanding it correctly. So, Miss June, I got up early for nothing. Well, actually, no, I wanted to say hi to all of y'all and wish you a happy new year. We have good morning, Miss Angela. I'm looking at trials. Y'all go back and look at my shorts. We got some new shorts up there. Please click like and support our channel that way. I heard a ding on my channel. What did that mean? Oh, go to our if you go to our Discord, which is right over there. We've got some fun things. Oh, and Angela, who lives in Sweden, sent pictures of snow and deers running across the road. So go see that in the pet, not pet pictures. We are going to show, is this? I'm going to go ahead and show this on Adrian Gonzalez. Adrian Gonzalez is going to be on trial. Let me share. Hopefully, well, I need to make sure I can share it. Give me a second. That's not the one I want, y'all. got to get everything. I don't know why everything shifted. I saved everything last night and I come in this morning and it is all shifted. I don't understand. Also, all of our colors have changed. Miss June, have you noticed anything different in StreamYard? Because all of my things have changed in StreamYard. In the style format, the colors were changed to blue. Everything was changed. Everything was changed. I don't know what's going on. Good morning, Angela Turtle Mom. We saw the New Year fireworks with Angela too. Yes, we did. All right, let's go to this.
That day, and the 10 who survived. Former Uvalde School Police Chief Pete Arredondo was the commander on site. He's facing 10 counts of child endangerment and abandonment. But Arredondo's trial date is still pending. 21 lives were lost that day, including fourth graders who started the school day celebrating their accomplishments just days before summer break. 2 of their beloved teachers were also killed. There's so many aspects to this case. We'll learn more about those victims over the next half hour, and we'll take a closer look at the case against Adrian Gonzalez. The surprising detail we learned from his training records and what happened over those excruciating 77 minutes as officers waited in the hall, and an in-depth timeline of the chaos that unfolded. It's important to know how we got to this point. What you'll see isn't suitable for younger viewers and can be difficult for anyone to watch. It's hard to believe, but some of the victims would be teenagers today. And as Jobin Puneker reports, the precious time lost has been consumed with a fight for answers and change.
It is one of the deadliest school shootings in our country's history.
I'd hoped I would not have to do this again. Another massacre. Uvalde, Texas.
And then he came in and he crouched a little bit and he said, "It's time to die."
May 24th, 2022. A horribly tragic day made worse by what we've learned weeks, months, and years later.
Uvalde County number 1.
Salvador Ramos texted a friend that day his deadly plans. Then, in the span of 2 hours, coldly carried them out.
I'm going to shoot my grandmother. The second post was, I shot my grandmother. The third post, maybe less than 15 minutes before arriving at the school, was, I'm going to shoot an elementary school.
DPS first reported a teacher had left the back door open. We learned later that was wrong.
The exterior door was propped open by a teacher.
DPS said that's how Ramos got into Robb Elementary. That's how he got into room 111. Remember the faces of the victims, 19 students and 2 teachers. But remember this too, the number 77. Authorities tell us 77 minutes passed between the moment Ramos entered the school and when tactical teams finally breached the doors to kill him.
They take rounds. They move back, get cover.
The question, what took so long? And it's still being asked 3 years later.
We all ran right there by the gate, didn't let no one in.
Starting with the police response on May 24th, 2022.
Really couldn't.
One that reports reveal resembled a barricaded subject rather than an active shooter.
Really couldn't tell who was or who wasn't.
By June of that year, we had the first images of the response and the man who carries the brunt of the scrutiny. Former Chief Pete Arredondo.
We haven't contained. There's probably going to be some deceased in there, but we don't need any more from out here.
Months later, in July, a Texas House report describes, quote, systemic failures and egregiously poor decision-making. Between 2022 and 2024, the release of public information was slow. News stations and newspapers had to file multiple legal challenges against the school district, the city, the county, and DPS. 2023 introduced a number of school public safety bills. One bill allotted $1.1 billion for safety upgrades. Another compelled districts to create active shooter plans and mental health training. That same bill, House Bill 3, mandated an armed security guard at every school and weekly exterior door checks. Many districts say the state funding was not enough to carry these out.
We do everything to protect these guns. Let's just try something to protect.
All right, I do want to, Angela, I see what you sent me. Yes, I was going to talk about that, but I'll go ahead and do it now. The Texas Rangers investigation proved that the doors were not left open by a teacher. The teacher closed the door, however. None of the doors were locked like they were supposed to be. And you know what? It really angers me because everybody attacked that teacher. She couldn't teach. She couldn't show herself in the community. Everything went bad for that teacher, and she didn't do anything wrong. All she did was shut a door that should have already been locked. So just nobody, I'm not going to tolerate anybody fussing about that teacher because she didn't do anything wrong. I feel they threw that poor lady under the bus. Thank you, Miss Angela.
After Uvalde did not pass. Most notably, one that raised the age to buy a semi-automatic gun from 18 to 21.
Did you think we would go home? Enough is enough. Please do something.
A number of victim families left Austin angry and disappointed.
We can't even imagine the pain that they felt.
In July of 2023, Uvalde's mayor, Don McLaughlin Jr., resigned to run for the 80th House District on a platform to fix active threat response.
I know.
2 years after the mass shooting, in June of 2024, 2 officers are charged and indicted. 2 of the 400 officers who responded, former Chief Arredondo and former school district officer Adrian Gonzalez, for child endangerment and abandonment.
We have another Sandy Hook on our hands. What are we doing?
The former Mayor McLaughlin would win the seat in November of 2024. In April of 2025, the Uvalde Strong bill passes in the Texas legislature, which requires better coordination and leadership during an active shooter situation. 6 months later, in October of 2025, the newly built Legacy Elementary welcomed students. Which brings us to January of 2026. Adrian Gonzalez will have his day in court in Corpus Christi. He's pleaded not guilty. Arredondo's trial hasn't been set yet.
Can you hear me, sir?
Pending federal legal challenges.
Can you hear me, sir?
Time has brought some clarity, corrected some initial reports from that day. People even vindicated.
You see me kick the rug and pull the door.
But for this teacher accused of propping the door open, the damage is done.
You chose to blame me.
So much has happened, so much emotion.
Trust in his strength.
In 3 years, and yet the victims' families feel there's so little accountability.
When you can't walk, when you can't get up,
beyond the actions of one deranged shooter,
he'll lift you up.
How deep is your love, Father?
On one deadly day.
Restore us, Father, in Jesus' mighty name.
A day that will be remembered and recorded forever. I'm Jobin Puniker.
I just want to reiterate a couple of things that Jobin mentioned. Former officer Adrian Gonzalez has pleaded not guilty to the charges against him. He was arraigned in the summer of 2024, more than a year after the shooting. Senior investigative reporter Tanya Iser takes a look at the case against him.
Adrian Gonzalez faces 29 counts of abandoning or endangering a child, 19 for the children who were killed and 10 for those who were wounded. He is the first police officer in the state of Texas to be tried under the statute for allegedly failing to take action. And the outcome of this case could have ramifications for law enforcement far beyond that courtroom. The body cam begins with officers running and a warning.
Guys, be careful! He might be in that building!
Several minutes later, a gunman armed with a long rifle had stepped into Uvalde's Robb Elementary.
Shots fired inside the building, Uvalde!
Uvalde School's police officer Adrian Gonzalez and other officers enter through the south side of the school. 77 minutes would pass from the time officers arrived on scene until tactical units finally moved in and killed the gunman. What Gonzalez did, or failed to do during those 77 minutes, is now at the heart of a 29-count indictment. Prosecutors allege that after hearing gunshots and being advised of the general location of the shooter, he failed to engage, distract, or delay the shooter, and that he failed to attempt to follow his active shooter training by advancing toward the gunman.
Watching the video and knowing everything that I know about the incident, clearly Uvalde failed at the most basic level of an active shooter response, which is to go and eliminate the threat immediately.
Jurors will now have to decide whether those failures weren't just missteps, but criminal acts.
This is one that could go either way.
Mike Howard is a Dallas criminal defense attorney and former public defender.
If I'm the prosecutor, I'm going to say, well, his inaction placed them, in danger.
But do you criminalize that?
That's right. I'm the defense. Where I'm going to argue is falling short of the mark is not a crime. Even being a coward is not a crime. The defense is really going to put forward, put yourself in Officer Gonzalez's shoes. When he arrives, what does he know? What does he not know?
In interviews after the shooting, Gonzalez told investigators that after entering the building and hearing gunshots, he attempted to call for a tactical team, but his radio had no reception inside the building.
So I stepped out and never went back into that hallway.
Here's Gonzalez positioned at the corner of the building, talking to the Uvalde police sergeant wearing the body camera, telling him what he saw when he first got there.
I saw a teacher on the ground and I thought she had tackled somebody. But when I came up, she was by her side. I saw her running and a cloud of dust. I thought she tackled somebody.
Here he is just minutes before police stormed the classroom and killed the gunman.
You want to start getting kids out? I can start jumping. Cover them. Go, run over there.
This was clearly not a barricaded person.
James Hawthorne served as the chief of a North Texas school district for 9 years until recently retiring.
You have the duty to respond, to act, and try to eliminate the threat because, again, lives are at risk.
The trial is likely to expose far more about what he did and didn't do that day, and whether those choices rise to the level of a crime.
As a prosecutor, I think you just really want to keep the focus on the children, the focus on the victims, and how, there was one man who could have prevented it.
I'm Tanya Iser.
Oh my God, he has to die!
77 minutes of terror. 77 minutes of failure. From body cam video to first-hand accounts.
They're scared, man. I know.
What kept officers from taking action? And who is Adrian Gonzalez? We dig into his law enforcement past, what his training records reveal.
From Dallas to Houston, San Antonio to Austin, it's the news that moves all of Texas. Texas News Now, one power-packed hour.
Okay, so we're done with that. They just went live. Let me go back. Sorry about my allergies, guys. It's been brutal today. They just went live, but it's not showing up on the thing as live. Why is my thing telling me to try again? Something went wrong. Look, has anybody been getting this lately in YouTube? This has been hitting me lately in YouTube, and I don't know why. It's something that's been popping up lately. There we go. Well, guys, we may not be having that trial today. We're going to have to do something else. Music by Brian 2024. You think they may be scapegoating him? That is a huge possibility. Somebody's got to pay the piper. The person who did the deed is now unalive, so nobody can go after them. So Adrian Gonzalez is going live at some point today. We will be going to there. My allergies are just out of this world, just horrendous this morning. we're going to watch this. The teenager who vanished on Christmas Eve in Texas. Some video may show that Camilla almost right before she went missing. Authorities believe almost is in immediate danger. Anna Governor's stepbrother says he didn't remember anything according to text. We're going to watch this. Excuse my allergy-ridden head.
Expressed in this podcast are simply that, opinions. All are presumed.
Oh, well, this is just voice.
That's sick.
I don't do podcasts. Let's go back and
Paramedics struggle to reach the wounded. Outside, paramedics set up a triage area, trying to save whomever they could. Deputy Felix Rubio paced in desperation, searching for his daughter, Lexi.
just FYI, his daughter did not survive.
Lexi was among the 19 children killed that day. Now, both Chief Pete Arredondo and School Resource Officer Adrian Gonzalez face multiple felony charges of abandoning or endangering a child for their delayed response. Both men have defended their decisions, but prosecutors and critics say if they had followed their training, perhaps more lives could have been saved. I'm Rebecca Lopez.
They went to school and never came home.
I love you so much.
19 little boys and girls, 2 beloved teachers. We remember the victims and their legacies that live on. And the man on trial, what we've learned about Adrian Gonzalez.
From Dallas to Houston, San Antonio to Austin, it's the news that moves all of Texas. Texas News Now, one power pack.
Sneeze. Coming.
A community seeks answers.
The families of 19 children and 2 teachers killed in Uvalde are bracing for new evidence.
We're there, listening to the families, following every moment, committed to the truth they deserve.
I hope that we can get to some real justice and real accountability for those families that lost their children.
Stream continuous coverage.
We've explained the legal case against Adrian Gonzalez, but now it's time to learn more about the man himself. Investigative reporter Morgan Young did some digging and discovered Gonzalez took active shooter training months before the shooting at Robb Elementary School.
Many will be remembered for what they did, but since this tragic day. Former Uvalde CISD officer Adrian Gonzalez has been remembered and will stand trial for what he didn't do. He had been with the school district's police department for less than a year when it happened. He was hired in July 2021. Records from the Texas Commission of Law Enforcement show that before that, he had served with the city of Uvalde's police department for more than 10 years after getting his peace officer license in 2010. Those records also show that on December 17, 2021, just more than 5 months before the shooting at Robb Elementary, Gonzalez had completed a required 8-hour active shooter training course designed for school-based law enforcement. That course was taught by the Law Enforcement Academy at Southwest Texas College in Uvalde, where Gonzalez was also working on college credits. The college did not respond to my request for information on the course that was taught, but this flyer posted to the Southwest Texas Law Enforcement Academy Facebook page advertises an 8-hour active shooter training with the same identification number of the course Gonzalez completed. Stating that among the topics covered were priorities of action for school-based law enforcement and both a solo and unified response to active shooter events. According to the flyer, this course was taught 2 months before the shooting at Robb Elementary.
Respectfully just recommend people to pause and see if that anger should be directed at Mr. Gonzalez. That's it.
Gonzalez's attorney, Nico LaHood, did not respond to a request for comment about his client for this story, but said this about the case in 2024.
Mr. Gonzalez is not guilty, and we'll be litigating that before a jury at the right time.
As that time approaches and the debate about what did or didn't, should or should have happened looms in a courtroom, there is also the question of how Adrian Gonzalez, who was also a husband, father, and grandfather, will be known and remembered. I'm Morgan Young.
As for Pete Arredondo, the case against the former school police chief remains on hold. Like Gonzalez, Arredondo is asking a judge to move his trial out of Uvalde. DPS claims Arredondo took command of the scene and made the decision not to breach the classroom. But Arredondo told CNN he's being scapegoated.
Look at the body cam footage. There was no hesitation, and myself and the first handful of officers that went in there and went straight towards the hot zone, as you may call it.
And we should note there's also a separate federal lawsuit pending designed to compel border agents on scene to testify. Marking a milestone after a mass shooting, a young survivor finally focusing on joy. We remember her classmates, children with legacies who will never be forgotten.
If you haven't said Happy Mother's Day to your mom, what are you doing? Go say it right now.
From Dallas to Houston, San Antonio to Austin, it's the news that moves all of Texas. Texas News Now, one power-packed hour with enough Texas news to fill a 10-gallon hat. Your top headlines, weather alerts, and big travel updates.
some real justice and real accountability for those families that lost their children.
Stream continuous coverage.
It's hard to believe we've gone 3.5 years since the shooting, but some of the survivors who were 11 years old at the time are now celebrating milestones at 15. Mia Cerrillo was in room 112 that day and still has shrapnel lodged in her back and shoulders. She recently shared this photo celebrating her quinceañera, and we're told Mia wore her dream dress and danced the night away. From survivors like Mia to the moms and dads who lost their children and the Uvalde community as a whole, this trial could trigger a lot of unwanted memories, but it's one more step towards possible accountability. We invite you to watch Gavel to Gavel coverage. You can trust us to bring you live, accurate reports from the courthouse, along with expert legal analysis. But as we leave you for now, we take a moment to honor those 21 lives.
It's hard to believe it's been more since we lost them. Since 19 children and 2 teachers went to school on a Tuesday like any other and never came home. Crosses were built, murals painted, balloons released, honoring who they were, mourning who they could have become. They had dreams. Jackie Cáceres wanted to be a veterinarian, Jose Flores Jr. wanted to be a police officer, and Alicia Ramirez wanted to be an artist. She was an artist. The people who knew and loved these faces cling to what they have of them. They share old photos and videos.
I love you so much, and you can send me a video too. I'll be happy.
They remember little things. Eliana Garcia's family called her Ellie for short. She loved Encanto and played basketball. Eliana Torres was an athlete too. She died just days before her last softball game of the season, so local teams honored her by playing the game she loved, wearing jerseys with her picture on them. The murals painted by various artists honor each victim, telling their stories, sharing their hearts with those who see them. Xavier Lopez's family wanted to make sure his mural included the teddy bear that he loved to have on all of his shirts. And cousins Jayla Silguero and Jace Luevanos' family made sure his mural included a dinosaur, and hers had a unicorn. They were so young. Most should have turned 14 this year. Lucia Garcia's favorite character was Spider-Man, and Rogelio Torres loved Pikachu. They were young, but they have legacies that will live on.
You as leaders have a choice of what my daughter's life will be remembered for. Will she die in vain, or will her life have saved another child?
Tess Matta's parents created a scholarship for students in Texas State University's College of Health Professions to honor her dreams. And Girl Scouts of America awarded Anne-Marie Jo Garza the Rare Bronze Cross for her bravery.
If you haven't said Happy Mother's Day to your mom, what are you doing? Go say it right now.
States Away, the Detroit Youth Choir sings the song Layla Salazar would sing in Converse sneakers, drawing a heart on the right toe, just like Mate Rodriguez was wearing that day.
These are the same green Converse on her feet that turned out to be the only clear evidence that could identify her after the shooting.
Annabelle Rodriguez loved blue butterflies, and Miranda Mathis had a thing for purple unicorns. That McKenna Elrod named all of the animals her parents showed at the local stock show, and that Nevi Bravo created beautiful doodles of birds and hearts. They were children. And the 2 teachers who died trying to protect their students had children of their own. Eva Mireles was honored by her fitness community with a special workout and a race. And Irma Garcia was laid to rest with her husband and high school sweetheart, who passed just days later from a heart attack. But his loved one says he just couldn't take life without her. It is hard to believe it's been more than 3 years since we lost these beautiful people. But the people who knew and loved them will make sure no amount of time makes us forget.
My darling, you're muted.
Good morning, beloved.
How
I'm
is
sorry.
everybody?
Allergies.
Oh, you're all bunged up again.
I've had them for the last week. The allergy count in Texas has been astronomical.
Oh,
What usually is about 900, or the numbers are about 900, is like 12,000. The mountain pollen, the mountain cedar, yeah. All right. Statewide, average statewide tree pollen is at 203 ppm, which is moderate. Okay. So if the 200s are moderate, Kerrville, Texas, and you're frozen, love. Let me pop her back in and out. Uh-oh. Where is she? Uh-oh. She's not here anymore. There you are.
I think I had that. I've got bad connection issues.
I'm
blaming the weather. I'm blaming the weather.
Blame the weather. So in Kerrville, okay, if 203 is moderate, okay, tree pollen, which would be the mountain cedar, today, 12,500 is the count for Kerrville.
Oh.
So if average of the whole state is 200 and that's moderate.
Yeah.
12,500 is why I'm like this. I normally don't have allergies, but with it this high, I just want to scratch my eyes out and my nose. Do you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to bite the bullet. I'm going to try it. I know it works at night. I'm going to do it now.
What works at night?
Here's a tip and trick.
Right.
If anybody has, I'm looking for anything with codeine in it.
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, I'm not going to take an entire whole pill. Take half a pill. Codeine will dry you out.
Right.
But this is so bad right now, guys. I was laying down and sleeping with tissue up because it's just running like a faucet.
You need some of my weather then.
And your weather is what?
Do you want to come with me and I'll show you?
Mm-hmm.
Are you ready?
Take us with you. I'm ready. I'm ready, my dear. Snow! You got somebody walking in the snow. It's okay. We can't see faces. It's blurry.
Shopping.
Somebody's been shopping.
There.
And they're walking
That's that
in the snow to go shopping.
And this direction, hang on, there is the sea.
Do you guys get snow up there normally? What, kitty?
No,
keep talking.
We don't get snow. We're bad. Hang on, I'll even take you outside. Up.
Take us outside.
Right, so there we go. I don't know if you can see you can see my breath. It's cold, but it's not as icy as I thought it would be. But no, there we have the sea, the lovely northeast of England coast there. Which way? Go direction. There we go.
Oh, sorry. I totally forgot to feed the cats this morning before I went live.
Yeah. Oh.
I'm such a bad mommy.
No, there you go.
Wow, that is so gorgeous. How cold is it? How cold?
It's not bad. It's not as bad as I'll check when I get inside. It's not as bad as it has been. We've got sunshine. Hang on. don't know how far around I can get. We do have. Can I get the sunshine this way? The sunshine
Y'all,
is at the
that's
wrong
hot.
bit for me to show you it.
I grabbed the
We've
bottom
got
of my
sun.
cup.
Oh,
Somebody gave me, I got to be careful so don't burn myself, one of these. And I don't know who it is. No name came with it. This is very hot. This is a coffee cup warmer. And it's interesting because it came in the mail the day that I placed my own order for one, and not this nice. And this one has temperature controls. Mine was just on or off. I canceled mine because this came in the mail, but somebody gave me, you put your coffee cup on it and it heats it up and keeps your coffee warm. But it gets really hot on the bottom.
Right. I have changed my temperature on my phone to Fahrenheit.
Oh,
specifically
okay.
for you. So apparently it is 34 degrees, but it feels like 22 with the wind
Okay.
chill.
And that's nice. How?
Because it doesn't feel. Only British people understand that it's like that, but it's not damp. It feels crisp. Don't get
It's
me
a
wrong.
dry
it was
cold, not you're more of a dry. You don't have the humidity in your cold that we have. See, when we get cold here, it is icy, slick, and very wet and it goes right to the bone. There's no dry cold to it. Yeah,
usually we will get muggy and wet and drizzly, and this is very unusual to get it like this.
Really?
Did you see that article I just sent you? We were talking about, obviously you've just been talking about the school shooting, and in my lifetime I can only remember one school shooting in the UK, and which was Dunblane, which was a primary school, so it's your elementary school. And this article, I looked for this article for you while you were talking about it.
I have it up, getting ready to talk about.
They changed the gun laws, which I know doesn't change shootings. We know that just because somebody's put in law, it doesn't change school shootings. It doesn't change mass shootings. It doesn't change people being able to get their hands on a gun. But
lead shooter, we can't say GUN.
Okay, but since Dunblane, we have not had another incident in a school.
Okay, let me read the article. So American continues to reel from the mass lead shooting in Uvalde, Texas, where left 19 students and 2 teachers unalived. Headlines and commentators repeat the common refrain: U.S. is the only country where this happens. I'm going to beg to differ. It does happen in other countries, but not as frequently. I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but I just don't like it where the way they wrote this is like America's the only place. No, that's not true.
No, we know.
Nowadays, that may be true, but 26 years ago, it happened in Scotland, March 1996, where a lead shooter person entered Dunblane Primary School, unaliving 16 students, a teacher, and injuring 15 others. To this day, it's the worst mass unaliving by the lead shooter. But that's where the similarities end. In the aftermath of the lead shooting, parents in Dunblane were able to mobilize with the kind of effectiveness that is eluded American lead shooter control activists. By the following year, Parliament had banned private ownership of most hand lead shooters, as well as semi-automatics, and required mandatory registration. Yeah.
But we know that doesn't always stop them, because if people want to get their hands on anything, they will get their hands on them. But I think that we get some Brits will tend to put on a smugness that, like, well, we just passed a law and it stopped them. No, it happened to stop school unalivings, but there still have been plenty other of them shootings outside of educational establishments.
Well, you know, and I don't hide it. I own multiple. Don't worry, it's not 10 or 20. But I'm licensed to carry. Now, mind you, you know, we're not going to get in politics here, but everybody has their own opinions, whether you should be licensed, not licensed. They're out there. And if somebody wants to do something like this, whether you're in Dubai, Britain, Japan, America, Sweden, Timbuktu, they're going to get their hands on it and they're going to do it.
Yeah.
No constitutional right is absolute.
No, if they can't get their hands on a lead shooter, they will find something, be it a blade, be it a blunt instrument, whatever it is. If somebody has that compulsion,
they have that drive.
in their brain, if they have that drive that to unalive, whether it's random unaliving or conscious unaliving of a certain person, they will
premeditated.
Do it.
Yeah, they will. And
they will.
But see, here's the thing. All right, let's take San Antonio, Texas. It's a huge city, right? Sometimes the blade unalivings will be on the news if they don't have anything else. But if they have a lead shooter unaliving, then they are going to be on the news. And, you know, but there are many different unalivings every day, because I used to live there, that are fist related, that are crowbar related, that, you know, multiple different ways that people can unalive another person, and they don't get reported on. But if it's a lead shooter, it's top, and then the blade, and then others, drunk driving. I mean, public safety is a reason why the courts have used to limit certain rights. Yeah, but in my humble opinion, I find in this country, especially, that and I'm trying to be careful how I say this because I know I'm going to get ramifications, and mods, get ready. Mods, get ready. In my humble opinions, I think in this country particularly, our children are nowhere near as respectful of their elders and upbringing as they are in other parts of the world. I believe in America more than anything that the parents in America have gone out of their way not to parent in a lot of situations. Now, I'm not blaming every bad situation on a parent not doing their job. Don't get me wrong. There's plenty of parents that raise their kids very well and love them and monitor them and take care of them. But there's also those that don't. And if you really look at our prison rate, people don't realize that we have a very high incarceration rate. And when the incarceration rate is as high as ours, that means those children of the incarcerated are more likely to commit heinous crimes because of it's just statistically proven. My ex went to prison, and I was very, very concerned for my two children. I was blessed to really be mindful of that fact, and especially my son. Males are more prone to females. I mean, I put people in his path. I did everything I could to ensure that that he had the right role models. I went and made sure the part of the reason is those children visit jails, they become complacent.
Yeah.
Jails are not scary to them.
Yeah.
Jails are not, they become the norm for them. Prisons and jails become almost it's your parents' home. And so they don't fear the ramifications as much. And so when they do commit these crimes, okay, so I'll go see my daddy.
Yeah, there's a wonderful
And that's
song.
my humble opinion.
Yeah, there's a wonderful song by an artist from New Jersey, and he's called Joe Durso, and he wrote a song called Numb, and it's about how there's another crash, there's another unaliving, there's another one of this, another one of that, but it doesn't affect us anymore because we've become numb to it. And a lot of the time, you see another one on the news and you go, all right. And it's only until it maybe hits home or it tugs at a heartstring that you actually feel. And it's awful to think that sometimes you read something and you just go, oh, another one. The one I've just sent you an article of a blade attack.
Well, let me read a little bit of that for you.
Which
Go ahead.
shook the UK, this one.
Well, and music by Brian 2024, not to mention many people who commit crimes never face consequences, Ken Paxton. I think that we have all been desensitized to the whole system, the whole thing. And when the AG is criminal themselves, how can you expect crime to be managed? Well, corruption in the legal system is always a big one, and that does influence. So January 23rd of 2025, teenager unalive 3 young girls in an attempt to unalive 10 others, including 8 children at Southport dance class, has been jailed for life and must serve a minimum of 52 years before he can be considered for release. The Axel, then 17, entered the Heart Space studio on Hart Street, Southport, on July 29th last year and carried out a meticulously planned campaign to redrum and violence. 26 children ages 6 to 13 were in the studio after Taylor Swift-themed dance workshop for the summer holiday. When the, what was his name? I can't, Ruda Cabana?
Mm-hmm.
Is that how you say it? Entered. The children were gathering around tables, making bracelets and singing songs. Despite the warm weather, he was wearing his hood up and face mask. He carried a blade with a 20 centimeter long blade, which he had bought online. Yeah, the blade itself, which he bought online some days before. Without saying a word, he grabbed the child nearest to him and stabbed her, then moved through the room, systematically stabbing as many people as he could before they could escape. The injuries suffered, he managed to stab 11, 3 of whom died, 7-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a 9-year-old. The injuries suffered by Ellie and Bibi were so severe they had no chance of survival. Instant. Oh my gosh. It's a long article. Huge, long article.
It shook us because of the nonsensical nature of it.
Did they ever find out why?
Boy,
this is steaming. It's so hot.
My breath was steaming outside for the other reason. Sometimes people can say, and we know that people do, they go, oh, there's a religious component to it. There's it's a different sect attacking another sect, which to me is still wrong. But this was a bunch of young girls, or young children, we'll say. They didn't all happen to be girls, but young children in a dance class. just having fun. And to me, I can't even imagine of any, because I do try to find all sides in something that's happened. I can't even try and find a reason or some possible defense, for want of a word, that might have made him do it. To me, this was somebody, as I said before, if somebody has that, as you said, compulsion, that intent to do it, they find it. Was it the fact that this dance class was the first building he could get into? I don't know. But it really, really shook the UK. Because
Yeah. I know we talk about unaliving here all the time. We're Court TV channel. We're going to be talking about unaliving. I get it. I'm trying to get one of our modes that I can, oh, there it is. I'm trying to adjust this because I want you to see the banner. I got to create it without, though. I got to create it without the name on it, but I didn't. I haven't had time. I've created a new banner that is actually moving. Technically, we can't actually have it moving, but I kind of cheated the system. It looks like it's a banner moving, but it's actually a background, and then we're over the background. But isn't that cool? Look at the bottom.
Yeah.
And then when we put our banners up, it doesn't hide it.
Nice. I love what Aries just said there. It says just because someone who wants to will find a way doesn't mean that we shouldn't do nothing. And it's trying to fill in that gap.
Keep talking. I'm going to get my coffee going.
Yeah, it's hard because if somebody isn't presenting with a history of mental health issues, and Ari, you've just said, unfortunately, the country has decided that mass shootings are a part of the American experience in life. That, in my opinion, is a huge statement, because that one there tells you that you're just supposed to accept this, which means as a watcher on a channel like this, or a watcher of media, TV, whatever, if you follow social media, if you follow X or whatever, at any time this could come up that you've heard a bit of news. And to think that we've got children growing up knowing that this is the norm, that for me is the scariest part of it. And kids are growing up with the means to be able to get these weapons, and growing up knowing that this is a part of life. It's not something that's taboo. It's not something that's, they're seeing people going to prison for it, but is there a big enough deterrent? How do we look at it? But was this with Uvalde chat? Was the person, did he wait till he was 18?
Yes.
He did. So there was that premeditation from a 17-year-old to an 18-year-old. Whereas Dunblane was a young chap, was a 17-year-old. Yeah. Wow, that's where I get things confused in my brain, and I'm suddenly thinking, hold on, I remember 17, but that must have been Dunblane. So if the age had been 21, oh, thank you, Angela. So as Music by Brian has just said, if the age had been 21, could he have waited? I'm going to play devil's advocate here. He would have had to wait another 3 years. Could he have waited 3 years? Would he have done something smaller with less mass significance beforehand, would that cry for help have been noted? Or would he have found a weapon on the black market and done it anyway? So just so that I know there's a few people in here who don't know me, so just so people know, I don't come from a law background. I come from a background of theatre and performance, but I do always try and find both sides to a case, a story, an incident. I do like trying to sit on both sides of the fence, which me and Ada have found brings up some really, really interesting questions when we pause it. I will try and almost sometimes try and put myself in the mind of that person and say, not the what would I have done, but what could they have been thinking? And that sometimes brings up more questions than answers. Yeah, Angela, I absolutely. Yeah, the conversation that's happening here with Music by Brian and Angela Turtle Mom is great. It's that, oh, he could have waited 3 years and still done it, but he would have been more mentally mature by 21. I would say, would he be? Could he have been more mature? We don't know which way his brain would have gone in 3 years. I would love to say that this would have stopped it. But yes, before he went into that school, he assaulted his grandma, who, if I'm right, did she bring him up? Then he wrecked his car. And but he also texted friends saying that he was going to do this. Now, if you get a text or somebody said, I've just done this, do you believe it? Would you be like, oh, you're messing with us? And then to somebody say, I mean, I can't imagine if I'd received a message like, I'm going to go to an elementary school, and then find out that that person did it. I don't know, as the receiver of that text, how I would feel after the incident. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Angela. I don't know how I would feel as a friend, knowing that I'd received that message. And then do you end up with that guilt of, could I have done something to stop it? Oh, I'm resisting the urge to drink out of the bottle, but I have 0 sugar Pepsi. It's not an advert for them, but it's
I don't like
gingerbread.
Pepsi.
This is gingerbread flavor.
Oh, we don't have that, do we? Did we get that, guys? Anybody know? Did America have that one?
Gingerbread flavor.
Yeah. Not sponsored. Not sponsored. Not sponsored. We're good.
But we have gingerbread flavor. You got nice coffee there.
Yeah, well, and I have a regular cup, but I made myself a specialty. Okay, I was going through my sister's things, and it got to the point to where there were some boxes that you just peek in and you just kind of go, we'll deal with it later. I found something she never used. I thought it was just a box that she used to store a bunch of little trinkets in. And I cried because I've always wanted one of these. And here in America, they go anywhere from $50 to $100, depending on where you get it. You can see the handle, can you not?
Ooh, what you got? Ooh.
Cast iron.
Isn't that the cutest?
It's one of the cast irons. It is thick and heavy. I mean, it is heavy.
That is just a piece. I would never want to use that.
I used it once already. And the gold is still on the bottom. I won't be,
Yes.
I'm sure.
For those that didn't join me and Ada over the new year, we did talk a lot about making cups of tea, and that the water shouldn't be heated up in a microwave. It needs to be heated up in a kettle. So that for me just warms my heart.
This particular model, I believe, is going to be the higher end, because usually anything with gold on them, the gold, I've tried looking it up. It doesn't matter. It's priceless to me. It is glazed on the inside, as you can see, but it is cast iron.
Did you try to reverse search it?
I did.
And it didn't bring up anything.
I'm not here. I'll hold it up and let you see if you can do it.
Hold on. Wait, I pull up. This shows us technology at its finest. Right. Ask about this image.
I do have an electric kettle over there that I love. It's glass.
This is a Milvbussis cast iron teapot in teal
with gold,
with a Japanese sakura blossom design. Handcrafted from cast high quality iron ore, it heats up faster and retains heat well. Oh, there may have been originally a removable stainless steel infuser to put loose leaf tea
I do
in.
have that in. I do have that in the kitchen.
Right. So that's to put your loose leaf tea or your coffee grounds in.
Right. Exactly. I immediately made me a cuppa.
There's a few different ones. Because can I just see the handle on that one? Right. I don't think it's that one, but there's lots. But the cast iron ones, they are around. Yes, they're good. But the cast iron will just give it a totally different taste. I do think that an electric kettle. How do people find the difference in using an electric kettle to using a microwave to heat it up? Microwaves just do not heat it up the same.
By the way, we are. I need to take down this thing because we're not doing that. Let me take it down. I just wanted to show y'all. I'll put this background up. How about that? So we had a trial that was scheduled today. It's been rescheduled for the 7th. Hence why we are doing what we're doing. So we're doing what we're doing. We're visiting, we're talking. Good afternoon, Java Queen. Good afternoon. The electric kettles, do you know what? I don't think it really tastes difference between the water boiling. I think what makes it different for me is the fact that when you boil water and you throw the tea bag in and then you drink it, you don't really brew a proper cup.
No.
It gets stronger. And a lot of people leave the tea bag in while they're drinking. It gets it kind of gets stronger and more bitter as that it sits in the water, and it just changes. It just doesn't taste good to me when that happens. But with this, when you steam it loose.
Also, in a microwave, you don't always get the water to bubbling boiling. Because in a kettle, it will bubble. Oh, hello, Java Queen. Woke up. It's 10 p.m.
How do you wake up in the morning at 10 p.m.? Did you mean a.m.?
A.m.?
Is it a.m.? Well, you know, I did she loved flowering tea, and I have a hibiscus tea that have the little flowers in it. And I put the little insert in it and put the loose tea, and it was a wonderful cup of tea. But she used to take the big flower out and she'd set it down and she'd dry it out. She loved the decorative part of that. I have a container for loose tea, not a tea bag. You put the tea in the container and in your cup, and then
like
so
a little tea,
I just thought
like a tea cage.
This is going to be a very cherished item.
Yes.
Along with, I found, and I'm doing her memorial this Saturday. And I'm going to record it, but it's going to be you have to have the link to watch it on my YouTube channel. It's not going to be a public thing. I'm not going to make it public, but Bible. And I went through every single verse that she outlined from page 1 to page 10,000. No, I did as many as I could find, and it was way cool. So I had a little bit of sentimental stuff going on yesterday. It was real sweet to sit down and have a cup of using her tea kettle and her Bible and just having some downtime writing her service.
Yeah.
Sweet. Bitter.
But it's you.
Sweet.
But it's you finding out what passages were important to her.
Do you guys, if I can't legally play it, but I love AI. I'm learning to love AI. I sat there and kept a running list. I typed it, and then I copied and pasted it in AI, and I said, what was her theme based on these verses? If you were going to give her a theme, what would that theme be? And give me a theme song. Joy was one of her things, but rescued was the other. And the song, I Will Rescue You from Lauren Daigle. And then, and I've Got Joy from CeCe Winan. And then These Dry Bones Come Alive. Dead Bones Come Alive. Sorry. Dead Bones Come Alive. It's a newer one of her songs. She sings with a guy. But what people don't realize is that she was an addict. She started smoking at the age of 9, introduced to it based on a family member, and started smoking at the age of 9 and died smoking at the age of 67. She said it was worse. It was harder to give up smoking than it was to give up illegal drugs. And she had a lifelong battle with that. She finally, last rehab was in her late 50s. So she had almost 10 years of being clean. And that was a joy. I mean, she had about 15 years, but in about 5-year mark, she fell off the wagon for a 30-day stint, but then never used again. And I will tell you that I have the utmost respect for anybody who is battling addiction. My addiction is coffee or food, maybe. But I've never struggled with addiction and like she did. And I really had a hard time understanding sometimes until I actually went to college and had to do a lot of classes I had a class strictly on that. And what illegal drug medications, I'm trying to not use the word and get pinned, and how hard it is and what they do and the mind. And one thing I couldn't figure out with her, and I learned, is that when you start using illegal drugs and you become addicted, your brain tends to sometimes emotionally kind of stay in that age bracket and not always fully develop, especially while you're continuing to use. And sometimes she would get angry, and I'm like, this is so childish. Well, I learned why. But I will tell you that one thing I loved about Jennifer is it didn't matter what was going on in her life. If you got in a disagreement with her, man, she'd get mad. She may not talk to you for a few days or a month, but eventually she would come back and say, I'm sorry, can we talk? And I would say, you've already been forgiven, and I've been waiting for this call. And, chemically alter your brain. Chemistry, it does. So I actually learned a lot from her, and I have a heart for those who are struggling with addiction. I really do. It's not so easy. People think you just decide to quit and you quit. It is a chemical change in the brain that never, it's like having an itch inside your head that you can never scratch, is what she said. It's like that in your ear, you get that itch that you just can't get to.
So I had a hip replacement 2 years ago, and for me, some years ago, I had a hip replacement, 2 or 3, I can't remember. Now, prior to that, I was on morphine. So I was on slow release morphine twice a day and oral morphine 4 times a day to help me over the pain. This was pre-surgery. I was on that for nearly 18 months. Then once I'd got over the surgery, I then needed to go through coming off morphine. And it was then I remember saying to my husband and like weeping at him, going, I'm an addict. I can't just stop taking this. I've got to wean myself off it. And I was like, this is something that I took for pain, but I had to come off it. It was the most horrible 4 or 5 months I've ever had, because my body and my brain were used to being fueled by morphine. Oh, it was horrible. My husband always knew when I... Go on.
Go ahead. No, I was going to say, in about 30 minutes, we're going to have a premiere from Court TV about the case that we were supposed to watch today. So that's why I'm staying on.
Good.
So go ahead. Back to you.
So no, it was my husband. I was always say to him, tomorrow I'm going to be reducing my dose again. So that was my way to say to him, get ready. Because as soon as I start reducing my dose a tiny bit, the withdrawals kicked in again. It was awful. I still, to this day, have a small bottle of liquid morphine sitting in my bedroom. That is there to remind me I don't need it.
This is interesting. A procedure that can be done in Switzerland where they burn the nerve in the nose and never again can you smoke. You can try, but you get nauseous. Oh, that's a good one. By the way, I was wrong. I just saw this pop up. A killer on the loose. Ohio dentist wife found unalived in home. A killer on the loose. His wife was found deceased December 30th in their home, while their 2 children were found unharmed. Brian Kohlberger's sister breaks silence in the New York Times interview. So that is what we're going to, let me put this up here so people can see what I'm referring to. That is what we're going to watch in a minute. In 27 minutes, y'all, we're going to watch that.
Wow.
So we are waiting for that.
Yeah. These names just keep coming up again and again. And it brings all those questions back up again that we talked about on New Year's Eve when we were looking at all these different cases.
Someone asked me, what the heck? These are chopsticks, y'all. And I have 3 pair, one in my purse. I love these because these are arched in a way that if you put them together right, you're going to have that space in between them. So it's easier to pinch your food because they have a little bit of an arch. It's easier to grab your food. If you arch it the opposite way, it's harder. I use them as stir sticks. And look at my favorite little wooden spoon. This works well for scooping tea. Do you know how you get tea leaves?
I was going to say that's an interesting concept for a spoon. Let's put lots of holes in it.
And then sometimes when I eat soups that have like a lot of particles in it, like wonton, and they have a bunch of cabbage or things like that, and I will scoop out the little bits and then reheat the broth later. I don't know. I'm a weird, interesting thing.
No, I get that.
Interesting procedure.
It is. I'm going to have a little Google of that.
Well, there is a medication called Antabuse that some counties put you on if you were on probation and you have a history of alcohol abuse. So if you're drinking and driving, they will give you the opportunity to go on Antabuse to help. And then what happens? It helps. Supposed to help. If you drink anything with alcohol, it makes you really sick. Speaking of sick, my Herbie is doing better. The other day, the last day that we were getting Jennifer's stuff out of her apartment, he got violently ill. So he's doing better. I had a couple of people ask about him. Just some changes I want to talk about real quick. We will be having our first members only live next Sunday. Y'all, YouTube has removed some of my subscribers again. When your count drops by 10 people like that, so what they do is they remove and edit and make sure that you're not buying your subscriptions. So please check your subscription. Make sure you are subscribed. If you're not, please subscribe. It's free. It doesn't harm us in any way, shape, or form. But I just also want to, I redid some of our banners and such, so I got to look at them. I've changed things around. Where is it? I want to throw, okay, here we go. I want to thank As the Gavel Drops in Discord. I have to say that from almost day one, As the Gavel Drops, and I've been partnered with them. They are wonderful for all your court document needs. There's very few places that you can go and just get court documents and not pay for them. So go to Discord. You can get them there. There's another one we'll be talking about later. But they are a wonderful group of people. So if you love to watch court documents, go to As the Gavel Drops and read to your heart's content. So that is something that I absolutely love. I have not been doing our commercials for a while. I've gotten kind of out of it. I'm sorry about that. But I want to say thank you so much for everyone's support. And we appreciate you so very much. And I don't have do I not have our videos? I don't. I want to do this. Our swoop, glorious swoop. I got our New Year's. I'm going to delete that. Oh, did you see this one, June?
Which, hold on, I'm just plugging my charging
I see you're
cable
plugging.
behind me. I'm plugging in my charging
Have you seen
cable.
this?
Oh, yes.
We like pets. Oh, by the way, if you have a pet and you have a cute picture, now mind you, I love pets wrapped up in blankets, but
right,
a swoop like this, or like this one, for example. Let me show you this one. Uh-oh. Something's going on. June, you're freezing up against me. Oh, there's that one. There it is. Come on, work. Side by, proceed with caution. So if you've got a cute pet pic, make sure I can see the face of the animal if you're interested, because I do like to make little things like that, or like this video here. Hello, thank you for joining us. So if you have anything kind of cute, please go to our Discord and put it in the pet section.
There you go. I just put one
I
in.
ordered them online. I just ordered them online. I didn't know they were going to come that way. I ordered a pack of 3, which means there's 6 sticks. I'll see. I've had them forever, probably 4 or 5 years. And that's the other thing. They're 4 or 5 years old and they're still in good shape. They've not splintered. They were a little bit more pricier than your standard $2. They were probably $15 for 6 of them. And so I absolutely love my chopsticks. And somebody, because see if you can tell how far apart the tips are in that direction. But when you turn them facing each other, look how close they are. That makes a difference when you have chopsticks that you can, that. So one of them is flat and the other one is bent. One's perfectly flat. The other one's kind of slightly arched. I know. I'm a gadget queen. What can I say? Hello, honey. Migraine this morning. Oh, thank you, Jesus. I did not wake up one. By the way, have you noticed something, June, about me in the last 10, 15 minutes? What am I not doing?
You haven't sniffed. You've had your codeine and you're now not sniffing.
I'm not sniffing. I'm not sneezing. I'm not wise watering. I'm not doing any of that. Yeah, I'll try and find it, Aries. I mean, I still have it, but I'm not just, my eyes aren't just flooding me with water. I mean, yesterday it looked like I was crying. I was in church and said, "You crying?" I went, "No, allergies." I'm much more dried up. But only take a half a dose because you don't want to. I've even taken a quarter of a dose, depending on the strength. So if you have anything with codeine, and you can't sleep, you know how you lay down and you can't sleep and your nose is all stopped up, but you're just running like a faucet? Codeine. June just talks, and what a cutie. Oh. So with June, with yours in the basket, I might put just hanging. Thanks for hanging with us.
Well, the one that's him in his car seat. The one in the that's his car seat. The other one's in bed, and he literally had just woken up because he lies on our bed under a blanket.
Yep. So I might put, y'all keep warm. It's cold out there. So I like to create little things with y'all's animal pictures. So please, I'm going to start creating them. I know I've got a lot of animal pictures. People put pictures with animals in cages. That's a little bit harder. But we've got some with Angela's babies. We got some with the other June's babies. That cat is Honey's cat, by the way. Honey, I don't know if you noticed, but look what I made. Proceed with caution. Claws are out.
Oh, we know so many cases that could have brought so many trials.
Oh, I've used it.
Because when the sidebar was being called, you're like, oh, there's going to be some fun here.
Yeah, Miss Evans, you sent us a bunch of pictures of kitties, so I'm June. There's some with your babies, the other June's babies. I've got just a lot of animal pictures that people have sent us. So I'm starting to make little fun things for us because it's always cool to see your animal on a YouTube channel. So that's one of the things we're doing this year. Also, for those who have just joined us, I figured out how to have an automated or a movable. Look at the thing moving down below. And some people go, oh, that's going to trigger. Well, when I put the banners up, it moves at almost the same speed and in the same direction. Now, if the wave is moving in this direction and the ticker is moving in that, it's like, ooh. So least these are both moving in the same direction and almost at the same pace. I actually had to put the timer on it to try to get it close.
Oh,
So,
Sarah, if your niece knit you your own little pet, we want to see your little pet knitted bird.
yeah, yep, that'll work.
Especially if it's been knit by your niece.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I can create something out of that. Love to create something out of that. Okay, in about 16 minutes, we got killer on the loose. Old Ohio dentist wife found dead in home. The Desmond Burke trial was supposed to start today by our information, and it has now been changed, and it will start on the 7th. We are also keeping an eye out. My mods are so fabulous. For the Uvalde Gonzalez trial. And they're trying to keep an eye out for that one. As soon as a jury is seated, we will go straight into trial. No, it will be a straight into trial.
Because even Burke's docket, his inmate docket said that he was up to date.
Yeah, and that's what frustrates me.
Yeah, that hasn't been updated. That's still showing today, so they haven't even got round to updating that yet.
No, so that something just happened. It could be weather related. I don't know. We've got a lot of weather up north that's really hit. For those of you in Texas, if you are in Texas in general, the average pollen count is 203. If you live anywhere near Kerrville, this little spot in Texas, the allergy numbers are astronomical. If 203 is moderate, we're off the chart at 12,500 plus. So hence why I'm doing allergies when I normally don't. Please leave your DNA. Yes, thank you very much. Please leave your DNA. Also, I am doing more shorts. Please go love them. That really helps me out a lot. If you go to my YouTube channel and you see a short, just click like on that short. I have rearranged it a little bit. Only got 8 views on the Uvalde. I had over almost 700 views on the Uvalde, and I had to edit it, and then all of a sudden I lost it. So now I only have 8 views. I don't know what happened with that. Allergies are awful here in Texas right now. Also, I'm going to share my screen. Here we go. Let me get it up here so you can see it too, Miss June. All right, this here is my new colors. Look at the banner. Purple with blue and gold. That's our theme this year. 2 of the mods, the mod and me, and loved purple. Another mod loved blue and gold, so I was able to marry us all together. That is our new header, launched today. And of course, I got to get a new headshot. I'm going to have to do that. I've rearranged our page, so our shorts are listed first. And then you go to our, there we go. Let me go home. So you will see we're live. It pops up at the very top. It used to not. And now we have shorts. We have then post. And then we have the past members. It's easier to find our content now. It flows a whole lot better. So I learned how to do that. That was a wonderful little lesson that I accidentally learned. There's so much involved in YouTube, guys. So, how are your scones, my dear?
Well, they smell gorgeous. At the beginning of the stream, I was making cheese scones.
I'm so jealous.
Just because.
I am so jealous.
But they are going to be a bit dense, and I know they're going to be a bit dense because I only have plain flour, which, I don't know what would you call it in America? It's got no baking powder in, so it's not all-purpose flour with baking powder in.
No, that's self-rising flour in America. Right, so without baking powder, it's basic flat. It's just all-purpose flour.
Right.
So it doesn't rise.
Right, so I've only got all-purpose flour. I don't have because I'm gluten-free, I've only got plain flour, and I went in the cupboard to get some baking powder out, and because I'm up at the caravan, I've run out of baking powder, and there's nowhere within walking distance, so I've made them without baking powder. So they haven't really, hang on, I pulled that over here. They haven't really risen, but I have got very, very cheesy triangular scones, which
That
smell
looks good.
amazing.
I've never,
Yeah.
you know what? I'll be honest, not made scones.
You've never
I've
made
not made
scones?
scones. Mm-mm.
Why?
I don't know
Not that
why.
not that I'm judging you for not ever making scones.
Judge
Bit
me.
of flour.
You can judge me.
I'm not judging. No, bit of flour, bit of butter, and then you decide whether you're making sweet or savoury. Put cheese in if they're savoury. Put sugar in and fruit or walnuts or just sugar in if they're sweet. Beaten egg, little bit of milk. Knead them, put them in
Yeah,
the
you
oven.
call it, okay. Ellery calls it cake flour or pastry flour. Yeah, cake flour has the rising, so it's called self-rising flour.
That's
Pastry flour
self-raising.
is non-self-rising.
Right. So
Okay, I
so
posted a
pastry
picture.
flour.
Let me go look. Go ahead.
So self-raising is what we would call self-raising flour. Oh, do I have to go and have a look at the birdie as well?
Oh, I'm gonna post it. Don't worry, I'm gonna put it up here.
Oh!
It's a cute little baby. It's a cute little baby bird. Look at the little baby bird. Oh, that is so cute.
Oh,
little wings. That is so cute. That is so cute. I'll go there. Thank you very much.
A little emotional support bird. We like that.
Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it.
Oh.
Okay.
So also,
Wait a
because I'm
minute.
using
Wait a minute.
gluten-free. Well, has it started yet?
Okay. They got we have a link that's doing, thank you so much to my fabulous mod. Okay, we have a link that's doing updates for the Uvalde hearing or trial. Officer on trial, jury selection today. The first criminal trial for the Uvalde Corpus Christi. It's been more than 3.5 years since the lead shooter man barged into the Robb Elementary in Uvalde, opened fire, killing 19 students, 2 teachers. They're going to keep a running account of events as our team of our reporters and reporters from our sister station follow what's happening. They're going to cover it gavel to gavel. 8:30 a.m. The day one of jury selections already been a busy morning. According to Kills Lex Green, there has been a steady influx of prospective jurors arriving at the courthouse. One juror shared they had been turned around. Oh, give me a second. This could be important. Hold on. Yeah, I won't go there. you know there's somebody in your life that you really could care not to? Anyway. So anyway, this morning they have a flux of jurors coming in and arriving at the courthouse. One juror shared that they had to turn around after realizing cell phones were not allowed inside, which caused some temporary backups in the courthouse door. Oh, so they're not even allowing cell phones in the courthouse. Well, they would not like me because by law I get to keep mine. Is also noticeably increased police presence. Of course, there is. Media cover is extensive. Media access inside the courtroom is limited today. Only one media representative allowed inside. Our team has entered the drawing for that spot, so they have a drawing for who gets to go in. One media person is allowed. At 8:25, WFAA, Rebecca Lopez said there are 450 potential jurors. She also says she hasn't noticed any of the family here at this point. 7 a.m. Central Standard Time. Oh my God, please don't tell me this is going to be a 7 a.m. trial. Jury selection was underway. So we will keep an eye on this channel. We will keep you updated. I'll keep refreshing. And so we'll keep up with that. We'll keep following what's going on. I don't want to hear that. All righty, back to our conversation. You know, I love it when you are planning a memorial service and people like to just keep putting their input in. So Mod Love. I love that little birdie. That is so cute. We will do something with the birdie. Rockin' Robin, tweet, tweet, tweet. Rockin' lawyer, tweet, tweet, tweet. I don't know. What could we do, June?
Oh,
what could we do?
I don't know. I'm going to have a think of that. I do like the Rockin' Robin. Rockin' Robin, just here to say, sometimes especially little knitted animals and little birds, they're good when you just need a pick-me-up because they make you smile because you know the love's gone into them. So just in case you needed to know, little Rockin' Robin loves you or says you've got it. Flipping the bird. Oh, yeah. Oh,
Flipping
yeah.
The bird. I might see if I can create a video of the bird flipping. Oh, my gosh. Listen. Welcome and congratulations back to Angelo State University Department of Security Studies and Criminal Justice on your acceptance into the Master of Science in Criminal Justice program. Woo! I got accepted back in. We're delighted to have you join us in this program, spring of 2026. Look forward to your participation. That is so awesome. So I got to get started. I got a lot.
You know that I've always said there is no barrier. The only barrier stopping somebody from going into studies at any age is themselves. I am in the process.
Sometimes in money.
I am in the process of writing a PhD thesis. Sorry, not thesis, proposal. I would like in this September, to start my PhD.
Oh, go for it.
To become a doctor. Well, not a doctor. Well, I would get a doctorate. But if anybody on a plane shouts, is there a doctor in the house? I'll be no use. Because it's not medical. I would become a doctor of philosophy.
Oh, wow.
So I would love to. So I'm in the middle of writing this out. Philosophy.
Not me. I'm not philosophical at all. I'm too analytical.
I like a good bit of philosophy. I do like a good bit of just pondering.
I love it. I love it. Get it done.
Yeah.
Get it, June. I want to go.
Yeah.
Get it done.
And the thing is, the most ridiculous thing, which is going to be the giggle for you and anybody else in the chat, my YouTube handle here is JJT, is June Just Talks. my channel is where I just talk. My PhD is going to be on silent dialogue. When you don't talk. Yes, PhD, Doctorate of Philosophy.
I
yes,
know.
it's all
PhD does stand for Doctor of Philosophy, but I just don't see myself as very
philosophical. But it's all about what happens when you don't talk, and it's those interactions with people when words aren't said.
Okay, here's the next update, 9:30. The presiding judge for today's proceedings is Judge Sid Harley, Harle, Harley, Harle, of San Antonio, Texas, with Nueces County Judge Missy Medre also present in the courtroom, according to the reporter. As jury selections went underway, a large group, about 50 prospective jurors, already have been asked to be exempt from service. The court is working through the request and processing right now. So, hot flash. I used to hate fans. Gloria's fan. What?
So, wow, Ari got her undergrad in philosophy.
Ooh. So, okay. So, Ari, do you have a master's level or a PhD? Do I call you Dr. Ari? I'm sorry. I'm just being a little silly. I keep looking at my cat. Sitting right there.
So I've got the bare bones of a proposal, like, because you've got to put your proposal in on what you're going to look at, how you're going to look at it, what questions you're looking to have fulfilled within it, and is there a gap in a research field for what you're, in other words, has somebody already done it? Because if somebody's already done it, they're not going to have you do it. Because it's been done.
That's kind of hard in this day and age. Hasn't somebody already done everything?
Well, people have looked at the, oh, wow, Ari.
Go get it.
People have looked at the theorist that I'm looking at, who's called Martin Buber. People have looked at him. He's a philosopher. And yes, honey, absolutely. And I am looking at it around the ritual of drinking tea. So like when you sit opposite from somebody and you just drink a cup of tea, what can you get this entire giving of your whole self, a sharing a space and a giving and a receiving? Can there be this mutual reciprocity in there? And then I want to do it in the realm of looking at, there's a performance artist called Marina Abramovich who did a piece called The Artist is Present. And I want to look at Martin Buber's theory of dialogue and silent dialogue through the lens of The Artist is Present. So there you go. That's all. But nobody has looked at Buber and Abramovich's Artist in Present. That's where my link is. Yeah.
See, I think
nonverbal is so important.
Yeah, I think if I'm going to do anything, what my interest would be, but I don't know how to tie it in, is the effects of disability in criminal justice system.
Yeah.
Somehow, I don't know exactly yet, but something that has to do with disabled people, the criminal justice system,
is
the process that they go through the criminal justice system, and one with disability, what are the effects? Are they more apt to be guilty than innocent? I don't know.
Is there enough support for people who come in with a disability through that charging process and through the court process? and I'm talking about the huge range of disabilities, not just picking one. But you could pick one disability and say, is an interpreter or sign language, is that enough for that person? If they've got somebody who is interpreting, it is interpreting, it's not translating, is it? Is it translating or interpreting?
Okay, it's interpreting. Here's the difference.
We did this, I remember.
Yeah, but I'm going to do it for everybody else. In translating is taking English to Spanish. You're taking one language directly to another language. ASL is a language, but it's not a spoken language. You can't book in like white girl in English is güera in Spanish. It's an equal translation. In ASL, it's a conceptual language, so it's called interpretation, because I can see you sign it, and you could have 4 interpreters standing there. We're all going to say the same thing, but it's going to be said differently. But the concept is still the same, so that's why.
Right.
So the killer.
There you go.
Go ahead.
You go straight away. If you've got a translator translating between 2 spoken languages, right? If you've got that translator, that person knows what's being said. If you've got somebody going through sign language, you may have 4 sign language interpreters who may all use their own little nuances.
And are correct.
And are all correct. Is that going to be enough for that one person who's going through the justice system to understand 100% what's going on? Does it cause a discrepancy?
Oh, I can't. Racayo, I can't see that. It's too small. I see Flores. So hello, Flores 6768. I can't see the other. I need glasses and I can't afford them. So we're not wearing glasses. Okay. We have video. We got video, y'all. So let me get to format here and get this. I'm gonna, I don't want to share that. Let me get the video up. This is a video. We were talking about the Ohio dentist wife found unalived. We're going to expand. I think this is big enough that we can do this. There we go. We're going to play. We're going to listen to this for a little bit while I keep an eye on the other.
We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell.
What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body. There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
A killer on the loose this morning in Ohio. A dentist and his wife found dead inside their home with their 2 young children inside. So who possibly could have done this? Plus, killer Brian Kohberger's sister breaking her silence. Her interview with the New York Times is trending this morning.
It is.
Defendant Nick Reiner is expected to be back in court this week to have his arraignment. We'll talk about that and what we know about the murder of his parents. And we turn to Arizona for the tortured daughter murder case of Rebecca Baptiste. Police issue a shocking report and a claim that the 10-year-old came forward a year before she died. It's all coming up next to you right here on Opening Statements. Good Monday morning to you and Happy New Year. I'm Julie Grant and this is Opening Statements. It is great to have you along with us. We hope you had a wonderful holiday. We are ready to kick off a big 2026 here at Court TV. So we're going to start it off this morning on this program, as we always do, by having you grab that cup of coffee. It's time for my opening statement. Is she a dangerous little psychopath, or is the real killer still on the loose? Teenage defendant Sarah Grace Patrick is going to trial. In fact, they're picking the jury this morning. The now 17-year-old is accused of murdering her mom, Kristen Brock, and her stepfather, Jimmy Brock. Jamie Brock, excuse me, Jamie Brock. Now, the murders happened last February.
Get it right,
Brendan
boo.
and Jamie were killed. Somebody shot them in their sleep. Both of them shot multiple times, according to police. And we understand that her 5-year-old baby sister was the one who found her parents dead. We know Sarah Grace placed the 911 call. We know Sarah Grace gave the eulogy at their funeral. And then she took to TikTok to seemingly drum up some support for herself. Police believe this was all part of the plan to cover her tracks. Now, if police are right, then is she a murdering psychopath who just happens to be living in the body of a cute little teenager? Or if police are wrong, is she a victim here, losing her parents at somebody else's hands? Did an intruder go inside the home somehow and commit those murders? We'll see what the evidence shows. This morning, I will say this. If Sarah Grace Patrick did these murders, it is a crying shame that her baby sister will be put through even more trauma with this trial. That poor child already has to live with the pain of finding her mom and dad murdered. But now she could potentially be called as a witness as well. That is unspeakable, and she is in my prayers. Let's hope that justice and truth will prevail at this trial. Because if
Horrible.
Grace has a secret, violent side to her, she needs to be behind bars. That's my opening statement on this Monday morning. Let me know if you like it. Right now, it's time for your daily docket.
No, I don't like it.
I just can't imagine, you know, the accuracy that that gun had in her hands. It just, I don't think it could happen. I just don't think physically she could do it.
In Georgia, the case I was just talking about, jury selection beginning today for defendant Sarah Grace Patrick. No cameras are allowed to film until the opening statements begin. So, my friends, that's either going to be later this afternoon or tomorrow morning. We'll keep you posted. In Texas, jury selection also begins for the Uvalde school massacre case. Defendant and former school police officer Adrian Gonzalez is accused of placing more than 24 children in danger by allegedly failing to respond to that shooting. And in Ohio, we've got the sentencing for Frederick Rear getting underway at 9 a.m. Eastern time. He pleaded guilty last month to involuntary manslaughter involving his girlfriend, Amanda Dean. Now, her body went missing 8 years ago, and sadly, she has never been found. Right now, let's turn to your top story as a killer is on the loose in Ohio. Police in Columbus searching for whomever killed a respected dentist and his wife. Dr. Spencer Tepe and his wife Monique were shot to death in their home while their 2 young kids were inside.
What's the emergency there, police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
We had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what. So.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll send them back out to you.
Officers discovering the couple's bodies Tuesday after a welfare check was requested by colleagues of Dr. Tepe's. Now, the children were found in the house unharmed. Thank goodness for that. Investigators say there were no signs of forced entry at the house, and there was no weapon at the scene, no firearms. So investigators have ruled out the possibility that this was a murder-suicide. The concern began when Dr. Spencer Tepe missed work for the first time that morning, apparently. His colleagues becoming concerned, calling 911. Moments later, a friend arrives at the house and discovered the gruesome scene.
The body, our friend wasn't answering the phone. We just did a wellness check. We just came here, and he appears dead. Okay. There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, and there's blood. I think get closer to see more than that.
Okay, so you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything?
Yeah.
Is it like kind of like you know, does he look like?
It doesn't puddled. I can't look.
Okay, all right, I understand. Okay.
So what happened here? No items taken from the home, no signs of forced entry, no firearm in the house. Let's dig into this. Who might have done these murders? Let's bring in former FBI special agent. She's retired after many years of service. Jennifer Coffin-Daffer. She's also a firearms expert and has expertise in the area of gangs as well. Also want to welcome in private investigator with Black Ops, private investigators. He's formerly served with the NYPD and our military, Manuel Gomez. Good morning and Happy New Year to you both. I'm so thrilled that we have you both here to dig into this one. Jen, I'll begin with you. Your thoughts when we think about where this investigation should go and who you would want to be interviewing, how you would work this case. Talk to us about that, if you would, please.
Right, Julie. Well, when you look at this case, there are some things that really stand out. First of all, the fact there was no entry, forced entry, no items stolen. There was no indication that anything was toppled or there were any issues. So that tells me that likely this is somebody that this couple would have known. Also, if you look at the preciseness and accuracy of the shots, you have 2 shots to him, 1 shot to her. Also, there was a combination lock on that door. This would lead me to wonder who had access to that combination lock. I found it very interesting that the wedding that they had was at this home. That would mean possibly many people had access to that combination lock. In addition, that 911 call, Julie, that originated sort of strangely in my view. Who calls 911 when your employee just doesn't show up for work for a few hours? I found that a little bit odd as well. So I would start with all of those witnesses and individuals that knew this couple.
Jen, all excellent points. I want to dovetail from your last point. We have that 911 call. So the owner of the dental practice, what Jen was just referencing, he's based in Florida, and he's placing this 911 call at 9 a.m. Tuesday morning. Let's listen.
Did you receive information that he may have been involved in an accident, or?
No, ma'am. I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
Okay, again, 9 a.m. on a Tuesday morning. I looked up the dentist's website for the practice hours, and it says on Tuesdays they begin at 8 a.m. There are other dentists in the practice as well. Manuel, what do you say about this? Is that suspicious to you that there were calls of such grave concern at 9 a.m. requesting the welfare check so early?
Well, first of all, I want to say my condolences to the Teppi family and to all the families who've lost their loved ones here.
Okay, we're going to pause here. Just got they just downloaded a copy of the jury questionnaire for the trial of Uvalde. So I wanted us to look at that.
Before you do that, I've just put in the chat, I'm going to have to shoot off. I've just got company. So I'm going to shoot off for a couple of hours. Pop off. Right.
Will you pop back on?
I'll pop back on. I will let you know when they've gone. I'm going to go and put the kettle on.
Go put the kettle on. Enjoy your company. Tell them we said hello.
I will. Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye. Okay, so let me get this back here to where I like it and get this over. I've got to do some housekeeping here. Okay. The questionnaire, I'm going to see if I can save image, home, and then now I'm going to open image. Okay, so we're going to look at the jury questionnaire. I'm going to put this back over here because we are keeping an eye. So let me open. And I can biggin it when I open it because it's so much harder to look at it in their format. Photos. Opening photos. Just once. Okay. The jury questionnaire for this trial. Adrian Gonzalez was a police officer with the Uvalde Independent School District Police Department. The trial concerns an allegation that Adrian Gonzalez is a police officer endangered children on May 24th of 22. When a lead shooter unalived 19 children and 2 teachers and injured others at Robb Elementary School in Uvalde, Texas. Sorry. Please answer the following questions honestly and to the best of your ability. In answering these questions, you remain under juror's oath of truthfulness. Number 1, do you recall seeing, reading, hearing anything of the incident described above? Yes or no? If yes, please. If you answered yes to the question above, please describe where you recall the learning of the matters and briefly summarize what you remember learning. Based on your answer above, did you ever comment to any of the media story online through social media or any other publicly posted forums? Meaning, did you leave a comment on a YouTube channel who covered it, for example, or on Facebook? If you answered yes to the question above, where did you remember making these comments? Because they're going to go find them. Based on what you have seen, read, or heard, how do you describe your general impression of the law enforcement response to the incident described above? There's 6 that they can choose from. Very positive, somewhat positive, neutral, somewhat negative, very negative, no impressions. Based on what you have seen, read, heard, how would you describe your general impression of the defendant, Adrian Gonzalez? Again, 6 that they can choose from. Very positive, somewhat positive, neutral, somewhat negative, very negative, non-impartial. Come on, mouse, cooperate. Thank you. Did you or anyone close to you contribute money to fundraising efforts to benefit the victims of the Uvalde community following the incident described above? Yes or no? If yes, answer the question above. Please summarize the circumstances of your contribution. Number 9, have you, a family member, or close friend ever been employed by law enforcement? If yes, answer the question above. Please briefly describe how that relationship shaped your feelings of the law enforcement. And that there is the jury questionnaire. That there is your jury questionnaire. Very short, very sweet. All right, we're going to get back to this. Like I said, I am monitoring the updated information.
I do agree with Jennifer, and that is that the boss to me is a possible suspect. But what's even more of a possible suspect is the second caller who goes there and describes the puddling of the blood, the body on the floor, and so forth. Clearly, this was a targeted murder. Clearly, the aggression was mostly spent at the husband. This is why he has numerous shots in his body. But the reason why the wife was killed was most likely they didn't mean to kill her, but they came downstairs, saw her, and says, all right, shoot her in the chest, and that's it. The children are alive because of the innocence and because they're really not witnesses. But do I believe that the possible suspects are possible that boss or possible that person that was describing the bodies on the floor after the cops already been there? Highly suspicious. But this case is going to go on the digital footprint, and that's what's going to take to bust open this case and who it was.
Definitely. Great points, Manuel. So, to your point, the digital footprint. So let's just say, as an investigator, and it sounds like you both would like to interview these people who were very active that morning, calling concerned, going to the house. Jen, talk to us, please, about how you go about that. Do you ask these people if they'll willingly turn over their devices and their communications?
Well, I would first start, of course, with the deceased devices and communications. Also, I want to see all this video. There's a Ring camera. We know there's a public camera across the street. I would believe that there are multiple Ring cameras in this neighborhood. This neighborhood, by the way, is very interesting because...
Okay, remember I talked about the glasses? They're glasses, but they have these like little microscopic lenses on him. They're right here. Look right around his neck. And 1, 2, these little black protrusion things are the micro optics.
It's in really a bad part of town that they're trying to revive. So this house was a $700,000 townhome, but essentially it's surrounded by a
Dang.
really bad neighborhood. So a lot of cameras and so on are going to be there. As far as interviewing these possible witnesses, possible suspects, that is really ground one for me. I'm going to go there and in person interview them and ask if they'll take polygraphs and ask if they'll give up their devices. You can tell a lot by what people will and will not do.
Yes, yes, Jen. So let's explore another possibility that this might have been someone looking to do a crime there, whether it's they intend to go in and burglarize the home, they intend to just do a killing, maybe per gang initiation, something like that. Manuel, what do you say about that? Do you think it's possible this could have been more random than personal?
I think it's possible, but highly unlikely. And the fact that you said before, they didn't steal anything. They didn't take nothing from the house. Okay. This was a targeted murder. This was targeted to that husband. And I have to say to you, this is a very good looking couple. She's a beautiful woman. He's a handsome guy. Okay. Either one of them might have had some type of affair or somebody who liked them. Like Jennifer said, this house has digital locks on the door, which you don't need a key. All you just need is the digital combination. And the fact is, not only did it have ring camera in front of the house, which covers about a 70-degree angle, but it also has cameras in back. When I saw the backyard, I saw 2 ring cameras in the back. This house is fairly new, so the modernization of the equipment with it is going to be key in this investigation. But I do believe that there is someone that they know that was possibly in a relationship and so forth. And like Jennifer said, I would start with those 2 key individuals. Why do you call? Because somebody misses one day of work? I have a problem with that.
Yeah, I hear you, my friend. Jen, last point from you, please. You have done service work with the FBI, infiltrating gangs. You've studied them. Does this look at all like gang activity to you?
Capital, no. No, not in the least. Typically, when you see some sort of gang activity like this that would either be for the purpose of robbing or for the purpose of a gang initiation, you see a spray and pray tactic. You would see so much damage. You would see items stolen and taken from that residence. They just don't have the understanding to be low profile in what they do. This is a low profile murder, meaning the person who went in there has minimally some expertise with their weapon to hit kill shots right away. And they were able to get in and get out without being identifiable. I would guess that they're going to be totally covered up. And that's why police are asking for more camera footage.
Excellent insight from you both, Jennifer Coffindaffer, Manuel Gomez. Thank you both tremendously. And for anybody who's watching this program, if you live in Central Ohio, please call Crime Stoppers. We're putting the number on your screen. They're looking for any information they can get to try to solve this heinous crime. Those children, the 1-year-old and the 4-year-old, are in the hands of the couple's brother-in-law this morning. So they are with family, and we certainly wish them all the best. We're going to hit a break. Coming up next here on Opening Statements.
Otter trial. Live coverage this week following jury selection on Court TV.
He is a hollow vessel, something less than human. A body without empathy, without remorse. He chose destruction. He chose evil.
The Idaho student murders case is trending this morning as Brian Kohberger's sister is breaking her silence in an exclusive interview with the New York Times. For over 3 years, the Kohberger family has kept quiet. They avoided interviews, even as Brian Kohberger pleaded guilty and accepted 4 life sentences for his crimes. Well, now his sister Mel is describing her family's reaction to finding out that her brother is a murderer. Here, detailing the moment, her sister Amanda told her that the FBI took Brian into custody, which she wondered if it was a prank at first before realizing the truth, then describing a sense of nausea that overcame her. On speculation whether her family had known all along that Brian was the killer, she says, quote, "I have always been a person who has spoken up for what was right. If I ever had a reason to believe my brother did anything wrong, I would have turned him in." This morning, we're asking, did the Koberger family know that Brian was a killer? Let's bring in criminology expert, author, and professor at St. Thomas University, Dr. Debbie Goodman. Happy New Year, my friend. Good to see you. Oh, this case, I know it has broken your heart since it happened. These families still grieving, and now they get to hear something from the Koberger family. And this sister, Mel, who's speaking out. Dr. Debbie, I know you read the article over and over again. What are your thoughts hearing her speak about this and speak about what she says was not knowing, being stunned, and feeling victimized by many in the true crime community?
Yes, good morning, Julie. Thank you and Happy New Year. I believe the sister Julie. I think that the siblings did not know, and here's why. Because Brian Koberger is a psychopathic killer. And again, what does that mean? What are those traits, those qualities, those characteristics? He's manipulative, he's deceptive, he's a pathological liar. So I'm sure the sisters thought that yes, their brother is odd, he displays bizarre conduct. But Julie, when we, look at the history of these serial killers and the impact on family, the first person that came to mind in this context is BTK, Dennis Rader, bind, torture, kill, convicted of 10 murders. But when his daughter, Kerry Rawson, was interviewed, she was absolutely blindsided, Julie. She described her father as being very devoted, a doting, loving father. And then we go to Gary Ridgway. Gary Ridgway, the Green River killer. His son Matthew said that his father, who was convicted of 49 murders, never missed a thing, never missed any school activity. So I do think that in some way, these families were, not aware of the depths and destruction of this individual. So I don't think the sisters knew. Now, is it possible that the parents knew? I think that's more of a possibility, that within the 6-week window that he left Idaho going home to Pennsylvania from November until his arrest, December 30th, is it possible mom and dad knew? I think that's a greater possibility.
Dr. Debbie, great insight. Digging into the sister's perspective, when I was reading this, I felt for her, and I thought of you because you and I had multiple conversations on this show throughout the progression of that case about all of the victims, and you would talk about, and you do it with many cases for us, primary victims, tertiary victims, how it's wild just how many lives can be devastated by one criminal, members of their own family, and it sounds like, look, they're not immune. They're people too. Mel, she didn't do this. She had nothing to do with this, but yet being abused, by people online and in the public sphere must have been really tough. Would you speak to that, please, in the true crime community and perhaps the need for more sensitivity for everyone?
Right. You're 100% right, Julie. So here's what we know about murder. People take sides, and usually the sides are very emotional. And we'll just talk about two. It's love versus hate. Who do we love? We will forever love the victims, Maddie, Kaylee, Ethan, Zaina, and why we didn't know them directly, but we have such compassion for them, for their families. Always be so shocking, so devastating to us. And then what's the other side of the coin? the primary, secondary, tertiary, but we also have a theory that's called differential association theory. And how we interpret that is the different people with whom the killer is associated, and primarily the family. We won't say people hate them, but perhaps they become these sisters and the parents villainized, that people still hold them with disfavor and disregard. But yes, that becomes a very heavy load for them to have to deal with the stigma for the rest of their lives as well.
Definitely. A helpful explainer, Dr. Debbie, you're right. I mean, we see it all the time. You know, people want it, like you said, they want to take sides as soon as the case starts. And, you know, what's right is right, what's wrong is wrong. And this sister is a great example of someone who is not condoning any of it. I mean, you know, is disgusted, appalled by it. You know, she can't help that she's related to him. That's not going to change. I wanted to share with you some more things that were said in this interview. For anyone who hasn't read this article, you can read the whole thing again. The New York Times got this exclusive interview with Mel Koberger. Here's some things we extracted. So friends described how Brian had been overweight as a teenager and was standoffish. He also endured persistent bullying. His sister never saw him ever be violent. She said he was abrasive, yes, but never violent. The lack of the violent history was one of the reasons why the family found it so disorienting that Brian was even just accused of the crimes that he ended up pleading to. And in the days before the raid at the Koberger house, Mel's mom had cut her finger, and she saw that Brian initially looked, you know, disgusted at the sight of blood, but then helped clean the cut and cover it up with a bandage. So seeming to be squeamish and then persisting through it to cover it with a Band-Aid and be gentle with his mom. Dr. Debbie, what stands out the most to you from some of these takeaways?
Right. Well, again, I do think the sister is speaking with sincerity, Julie. I would have no reason to doubt her and the families. Yes, as a residual effect, they too are victimized. But if we just keep, you know, center stage here on who this individual is and what he is, the psychopath is so about lying and deceiving that even among one's own family members, they simply don't know. It's as if they're hiding in plain view. There they are. There he is. He's this doctoral student. He goes to work. He's seemingly interacting in society. And then there's this asterisk by that statement. And then there's this whole other side to these people, Julie. And the same thing with Dennis Rader and Ted Bundy, and Jeffrey Dahmer, and anybody we would want to name who's come before this individual. They hide in plain view.
Oh. Chilling and fascinating insight from you as always. Dr. Debbie Goodman, thank you kindly. We'll hit a break. Still to come here on Opening Statements.
Rob Reiner was a brilliant actor and director. His wife, Michelle Singer Reiner, was an equally iconic photographer and producer. These charges carry a maximum sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole or the death penalty.
What we can expect when Nick Reiner is back in court for his arraignment. Plus, little Rebecca Baptiste, allegedly tortured by her father and his girlfriend. And here's the kicker. Little Rebecca reported abuse to police a year before she died. We'll unpack this case when we come back.
Okay, I'm going to get rid of, I don't want to have the commercial in my thing. Interesting. I got it, Angela. Thank you very much. This right here, Rob Reiner case really breaks my heart, y'all. This case just devastates me. Mental illness at its worst.
Because at the appropriate time, the actual evidence involved in this case will be presented in a court of law.
Mm-hmm.
Now to a case that has everybody in Hollywood talking. Nick Reiner due back in court this week, accused of stabbing his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner, to death. The 32-year-old is set to be arraigned on murder charges stemming from the shocking attack at his parents' Brentwood home that police say he carried out. He's expected to be in court on Wednesday, January the 7th. And this comes on the heels of recent reports of his change in medication for schizophrenia. It's unclear whether that medication was changed or how this could play a role in the case. We'll soon find out together. In the meantime, our Cody Thomas visited a key point in the investigation, which was a stop on Nick Reiner's path before he was taken into
Be right back.
custody.
So I'm standing across from the Pierside Hotel in Santa Monica. Now, what's important about this hotel? Well, now it's doubling as a second crime scene in this case against Nick Reiner. Of course, we know the crime scene at the Brentwood home, but this is where police say Nick Reiner checked in to this hotel at 4 a.m. on Sunday, allegedly following those murders. And police also say once they arrived to his room inside, once they gained access, they saw blood all throughout the shower and they saw bed sheets covering the windows. Now remember, this is not exactly where Nick Reiner got arrested. He got arrested in Exposition Park, but again, this is where police say he checked into after those alleged murders. And with all that blood evidence they say they saw, no doubt that this place will play a crucial part as this case and investigation continues to unfold.
All right, Cody Thomas reporting for us. Now let's bring in our legal eagles and talk about what we can expect to happen on Wednesday the 7th when Nick Reiner appears for his arraignment. Let's bring in former homicide prosecutor Rick Grundy and celebrity attorney and professor Randy Kessler. Good morning to you, gentlemen. Happy New Year to you both. Great to have you on this one. Hearts are aching all over. Rob Reiner, so beloved. People are stunned and amazed that his son could potentially be the killer here. We'll see what the evidence shows. But at the arraignment, Rick Grundy, I'll go to you first here, please. What can we expect to happen on Wednesday?
So I think what we'll see is pretty mundane. It will be entrance of a not guilty plea. Clearly, the defense has already taken movement towards a defense of lack of criminal responsibility. And I doubt that they will put that on the record at this point in time. It's too early. They're going to want to have more background done, more investigation, medical and otherwise, into the defendant before they commit to a direct direction of that particular defense. I think one thing that's important to note here from what we've heard is there is a difference between mental health and drug addiction. And is there a crossover there frequently? Yes, there is. But at this point in time, that really hasn't been established with respect to this person. What we've heard primarily is drug addiction. My understanding with respect to this recent diagnosis of schizophrenia is that my understanding is that it happened as close to the crimes as within a week, and medication for that began in that same period of time. Most mental health medication takes some time to take changes in that person. I would be surprised if that really was the main factor in this. So I think what we have to realize that this is not, as he's been classified by some, a troubled youth. This is a 32-year-old adult with a long history of drug addiction.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Rick. This is just, it's awful. Court TV interviewed the senior investigative reporter with the Daily Mail. Her name is Dana Kennedy. And she's talking about some new reporting that one of the other Reiner children was present at Conan O'Brien's Christmas party. We'll play the clip, and Randy, I'll come to you on the other side.
I understand that Nick's sister Romy was there, Romy Reiner, who is his younger sister. And of course, in so many families, when you have a problem child, the other kids, kind of get short shrift. So it hasn't even come out yet that she was there, but that's my understanding. And yes, I have another source who knew someone that was there and said that he was acting really strangely all night. And the fact that Conan O'Brien didn't want to call the police is kind of aligns with who Conan O'Brien is, who's truly one of the nicest guys in Hollywood, one of the most scandal-free guys in Hollywood. The same can be said for Bill Hader. I don't know Bill Hader personally, but I know someone who does, and said he already has a lot of anxiety issues, and this is really, really tearing him up because,
Speaking of tearing up this family, these children. So 4 children belonging to Rob Reiner in total. He has a daughter, Tracy, who's his adopted daughter from his first marriage to Penny Marshall, and then 3 children with his wife, Michelle, Jake, Nick, and Romy, who
Penny Marshall was in Laverne and Shirley. If you don't know, Google it.
was just being spoken about at Conan's party. Randy Kessler, I want to ask you to weigh in on this, please. How you see these coming months going for these family members in terms of interviews, statements, therapy, what you see for them as they navigate what's ahead.
Oh my gosh. I mean, it's piling on. I couldn't imagine, right? You think there are 2 ways to handle a brother, a sister, a son, a family member that's in this position. And they did everything they could. They surrounded him with love. They gave him treatment. They threw money at it, and it didn't work. And the whole world's going to be saying, well, why didn't you report him? Why didn't you send the police to the party to take him out? And I think they handled it the right way, right? It's the way I would hope my family would handle it if it was me or somebody that I loved. And now they're going to regret that. They're going to be going through therapy after therapy. It's just a terrible family situation.
This question bothers me. How do you think and what do you think they're dealing with? I mean, come on. Yes, if they choose to get therapy, there's going to be a lot of therapy. But they may be thinking, well, we did everything we could, and I think we have a clear conscience. No guilt. We did everything we could to help him, and this still happened. I don't know. I'm uncomfortable with this question.
Just goes to show you, it doesn't matter how rich, how successful, how wealthy you are. Everybody can succumb to these issues, whether it's mental illness.
That's true.
Addiction. You do everything you can. Sometimes you just can't stop it. And this may be one of those situations.
Randy, yeah, you're right. Rick, back to you. In terms of the defense that you think we're going to see, I would love your projection on that, please.
Well, in order to fit into that rather tight category, remember, when we talk about mental health in criminality, we're talking about something other than what we normally think of as insanity. In this case, they're going to have to establish either that he didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, or more likely the tact would be that he could not control himself. He was not of a well enough mind to control his actions, which would qualify him for a mental health defense. And I think that's the tact we'll see.
Not guilty by reason of insanity is what you think they're probably going to pursue. Yeah.
I agree.
What happens on Wednesday. Of course, we'll be reporting any updates. Great insight from you both. Randy, Rick, stick around, please. We're going to hit a break. When we come back, here's what we have coming up next for you here on Opening Statement.
So both of her arms were bruised. There was large abrasions starting it from her bicep, traveling all the way down to her hands. There was large abrasions on her midsection that went horizontally from her midsection to her back.
We're talking about the heartbreaking abuse of little Rebecca Baptiste. The new report police revealed in the months before she died. Could it tip the scales of justice? We'll talk about it next. Investigations for 2026.
Opening Statements with Julie Grant. Mornings at 8/7 Central on Court TV.
The school shooting that broke hearts around the country and broke trust with law enforcement.
Now, the officer sworn to protect those students faces a jury.
The Uvalde School Massacre Trial. Live coverage this week on Court TV.
Welcome back now for what's tipping the scales of justice. New reports show that a little girl told police that she was being abused and tortured by her father and his girlfriend, only to be returned.
I don't know how the sound got turned off. I didn't turn it off. I said, do you believe that the family did the most they could do with what they knew, the best they could do with what they knew in treating him? I do. Could they have done anything else? Not that I'm aware of. And do you believe that in this situation, this was an unstoppable event? Okay.
To them. 9 months later, 10-year-old Rebecca Baptiste, this little angel you see here, was found on the side of an Arizona road, beaten and starving. She later died from her injuries. Police reports indicate that she had escaped her father's apartment once when she was 9 years old, and she ran to a gas station. She tried to get help from a homeless person and a gas station employee. Police and Child Protective Services got involved, but then they sent her back to her father, Richard Baptiste, and his girlfriend because of some conflicting stories they say that the child was telling. Here's some body camera footage right after Rebecca was found.
No.
Away for the last 3 or 4 weeks since we've been here. She ran away this morning. We went out and tried to find her, and our neighbor found her. Like she was just breathing on her own. Breathing on her own. Okay. And then as we were driving this way, started seeing color change in her lips, and we were just.
Walk me through what happened today. We were outside starting the morning. Before I can get waters in the bottles, she went running off again.
So both Richard Baptiste and Anisha Woods are charged with first-degree murder, with aggravated assault, with child abuse, and kidnapping. They're going to be in court this month. Their trial.
When a parent says she keeps running away, do you feel as a law enforcement agency or CPS or an agency or individual, do you think that your little antenna will go up? Okay, there's a reason why she keeps running away. It may just be she's just a little spoiled brat, but err on the side of caution, bring her in, do an investigation, get CPS involved. She may have been alive, in my humble opinion.
Are scheduled for June. This case makes me nauseated. Let's talk about how badly this child was failed. Let's bring in Randy Kessler and Rick Grundy for some insight. Randy, I want to begin with you here, please. Your thoughts hearing that this child actually had the wherewithal to report that she was being abused at 9 years old, only to be sent back to the home to be clearly abused some more, and then is killed.
It's so upsetting. I mean, usually I'm the one defending, to some degree, CPS, Child Protective Services. They're always underpaid, underfunded, overworked. You know, they can't win, right? If the parent loses a child and the parent's innocent and they take the child away, then the parents and the child suffer. So, you know, how do you solve this? And I always want to give a little bit of leeway, but this was so over the top, so many signs, so many indicators. The fact that nobody caught it, even if the system didn't work, somebody in the system doesn't have to follow orders. You can say this one is an anomaly. There were so many signs. What a tragedy. I mean, all these cases are tragic. This was, near the top of the list of all the ones that we've covered together.
Yeah, Randy, you're so right. I want to show you what Rebecca told police. Said that Anisha Woods, her stepmom, would make her run laps as punishment, would hit her with a belt on her feet, would hit her hands with a brush. So that's what she said when she made that report about a year before her death. When she was found unresponsive, the injuries noted were injuries of physical trauma, an apparent beating. Sexual abuse was noted. She was very malnourished. She had damaged, missing toenails and burn marks on her back that looked to be consistent with cigarette burns, according to police. And one doctor described her injuries as torture. Rick Grundy, talk to me.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. My worst nightmares, I could handle almost anything but toenails and fingernails being jerked off. That I can watch anything in a movie, but if you start messing with toenails and fingernails, I'm like, oh, I can't. Poor baby. No child deserves to go through that. What the hell? This is when I think DP is appropriate. I'm sorry, not.
Think is appropriate for these parents.
Well, unfortunately, we're again here discussing the same thing that we were last week with the arraignment of Miss Buzzard. for the death of her daughter, Melody, not far removed from the horrifying trial for the death of Harmony Montgomery in New Hampshire. We see this throughout the country. I echo Randy's feelings with respect to the people in child services, but it is a monumental failure across the board and across the nation. The commonality of those three cases is that each of these children and every parental aspect they had in their life was under the investigation of those that are charged with protecting these children. It is not the individuals within the child services that are responsible for this. It is the system itself. It's the legislators, it's the judiciary that put these children back in control of these parents with little oversight by a underfunded, undermanned system. And my feeling with respect to these is you go after, it's a first-degree murder of the most atrocious manner possible to a truly defenseless individual. Max them out.
Yes, Rick. Randy, I think what breaks my heart so badly with this one, and believe me, my heart's breaking for all these kids in these cases. You noted a few of them, Rick, that are near and dear to my heart as well. This child managed to escape. Kind of made me think of Ruby Frankie's son who escaped, and that was how the whole house of cards came down. This child got out. I think that's what kills me. What do you say about that aspect of this, Randy?
I couldn't agree more, right? You finally have a child who has the courage, the determination to climb through a window, to get out, to tell somebody, despite the threats that if you tell anybody, she was threatened that if she told anybody what was happening, they would punish her, that she did that, and it didn't work. I mean, that's the 1 in a million that gets out and saves herself, becomes a spokesperson and an advocate for all other children like that as she grows up. Didn't have that chance. She could have been a shining light. She could have been an example, should have been, of how to handle it, how to get out, and how to fix it. And, Good Samaritans aside, at least the lady in the QT station called the police. I don't know who dropped the ball. The police, CPS, seemed like everybody dropped the ball on this poor little girl.
Mm-hmm. And Randy, appreciate you pointing out that bright spot that, God bless that gas station worker, the homeless person, the people that tried to help her when she was clearly in distress and made the call. And, at that point, what more can they do? Nothing. They make the call, you report it, and we'll see what happens as the evidence comes out as to where the ball was dropped, by whom it was dropped, this poor child. Rick, quickly, I just have about 30 seconds. You think these two are going to stay co-defendants, or you think somebody might roll on somebody?
That's always a tough call. My guess, maybe somewhat of an educated guess, is somebody's going to roll on somebody else. I think from what I've heard, the mother seems to be the more aggressive person in the matter, but we'll see how it plays out.
Exactly. Excellent insight from you both. As per usual, Rick Grundy, Randy Kessler, thank you both so much. We're going to hit a break, friends. That's all for this episode of Opening Statements. First episode of the show for the new year.
All righty. So we done with that. I got a thing from my college about my degree plan. I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I have to pick. So let's look at this. This is interesting. This is very interesting.
Welcome back to court.
I didn't know they had this. Let me share this. This is interesting. Kind of might need your help deciding what to do. May need help showing and deciding what to do. Here we go. My degree plan. All right. Required courses. Oh my gosh. So that's 24 hours, and then elective, I need 12. So analysis of justice admin, criminal justice theories, research methods, and statistics. I've already taken that, but I guess it's a higher level. Policy, police society, seminar in correction, seminar in criminal justice, capstone seminar in criminal justice, legal aspect, and then 12 hours. So there are 3 hours of credit, I think, or 4. So anyway, that's what I got to deal with sometime today. I just guess I got to fill all this out. Anyway. Yes. No. Undo autofill. So that's something I got to do later today, but I'm excited. Back to school, y'all. Hoy bay. So let me see what else is hit. We are waiting. I don't have any more updates on. Tired of that noise. I'm not trying to be mean, but dang, that court TV stuff hits you, and it's like a siren going off in your ears. Like, God almighty, their volume. I mean, it's okay to have a little louder volume, but no, we don't have any other new news right now on the Gonzalez trial. Okay, we do have a delay of trial for the double red room Sarah Grace Patrick trial is delayed. Let's play this. My mouse is not cooperating, so it's been a little squirrely. Instead of calling it a mouse, I'm going to call it a squirrel. Instead of calling it a mouse, we're going to call it a squirrel. How about that? All right, let's play this.
Continued until August. The now 17-year-old was 16 when she was accused of murdering her mom, Kristen Brock, and her stepdad, James Brock, last February. Police say Patrick shot them multiple times while they slept and then left her 5-year-old baby sister to find them dead. Before we discuss it, here's more on the case against Sarah Patrick. When James and Kristen Brock were shot and killed in their bed in the middle of the night last February, everybody in their rural Georgia community was shocked. Kristen's then 16-year-old daughter, who called 911 after her 5-year-old half-sister found the bodies, took to TikTok to express her grief, even reaching out to podcasters to raise awareness of the unsolved murder.
She messaged me back on June 3rd and just said, search up Brock case. So I said, Brock Turner? Brock who? She said, Kristen and James Brock. They're my parents. And out of nowhere, a random Thursday night in February, someone came in my house with me and my 5-year-old sister, and my parents left them for me and my little sister to wake up to.
To some, Sarah Grace appeared to be the grieving daughter trying to solve
Wow.
a senseless crime. But to others, including some members of her stepdad's family, her tearful eulogy didn't feel sincere.
I just wanted to say goodbye to my mom and James since we never got the chance to. I was so used to you guys always being here to compete that I never once thought to imagine y'all not being here.
5 months after the violent deaths of Kristen and James Brock, Sarah Grace Patrick, accompanied by her father, turned herself in on charges of murder and aggravated assault.
Mountains of evidence has gotten us through here today. Lots of processing, lots of working with our law enforcement partners to get us to where we are today, that honed in on her as a suspect.
Sarah Grace is charged as an adult with malice and felony murder and aggravated assault. She could face life in prison without parole if convicted of murder. And again, today was going to be jury selection followed by opening statements. It's been pushed back until August because of a medical expert that the defense hired. They don't even have the full report. So the state, of course, doesn't have it. The prosecution asked for a continuance and received one. Let's bring in our guest for the hour from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, coming off the big Steeler win last night, Matthew Mangino. This case, no surprise.
So like a man to introduce another man and mention football based on where that man lives, like he may or may not care about the football game. What if this guy hates football and you're sitting here talking about Steelers winning? Really? I find that interesting.
It was surprising that they were going to go this quickly in a double murder. And now because of this expert testimony that the state really needs a chance to comprehend and get their own expert, it's been pushed. Your thoughts on that?
Well, Ted, you're right. This isn't the kind of case normally that goes to trial, this quickly. You have a lot of different matters that have to be reviewed. You have a lot of evidence that has to be sift through and make decisions about whether it's admissible or not admissible. But you also have expert witnesses, and sometimes it takes time for an expert to not only evaluate the evidence, but to prepare a report, provide that report to the other side, in this situation to the prosecution. And then the prosecution has to make a decision. Are they going to hire an expert to counter this in that whole review and exchange of information as well? So I'm not surprised that this case has been put off for 8 months.
She was 16 at the time. And, different states handle it differently. We're seeing over decades where, that anyone under 18 was a juvenile and went through that system. When the crimes got more severe and in different states, it starts to get lower and lower. Sometimes you see it all the way down to 13, 14. Is 16 too old for her to go back and petition to be back in the juvie area? And how is that going to help or hurt her, especially with these medical experts weighing in?
You can always ask the court to decertify a case back to juvenile court if there's a basis to do that. Now, obviously, at this point, they're proceeding in adult court, and I would suggest that it's going to continue in adult court because she meets the specifications for someone who can be tried as an adult for certain specific crimes. What's interesting here is that the Supreme Court has really acted on juveniles in terms of punishment. We know that you can't execute a juvenile any longer, and you also cannot have mandatory life in prison as a sentence for juveniles. So while she may get life in prison at some point if she's convicted, there's a lot of information. There's a process that you have to go through in order to show that she is not amenable to any sort of treatment, and life in prison without parole is the appropriate punishment.
Could the dueling medical experts and their findings help lead to possibly a plea bargain and this never goes in August? Because it seems like there's a lot of evidence against her.
Yeah, that's always possible, Ted, as more information is revealed, especially if that information is mitigating. If it tends to show that maybe she's not as responsible for what happened as it may first appear, if she has some mental health issues or other issues that haven't been addressed. And that could ultimately lead to a plea. But that mental health information is mainly mitigation. They're not saying that this is an insanity defense where she's not responsible for what she did, but maybe some mitigation.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. Again, this Sarah Grace Patrick case has been moved to August. We'll continue to monitor it as it winds its way through the system.
Okay, so
right now, let's turn to your top story as a killer.
No, we're not doing that. We've already done it. Music boy, I'm sorry, I don't understand all the fun. I'm looking up at some of your comments. Whoa, that's got a lot. There should be an investigation when a child keeps running away, especially since the child is reported. Yes. And then someone didn't do their job. Do you have to see what time the class is? Oh, that I've already answered that. Not that I'm aware of, but I don't know yet, June. I'm not aware of. All my classes so far have been just online learning, no live internet interaction, which would suck for me because they'd have to hire a note taker along with my interpreter. Her supporters are saying everything from she was framed to she had to do it because of the abuse, but at this point, who knows? In my humble opinion, the fundraisers, yeah, and the bad thing is that not all the fundraisers are legit. Possibly is making money for YouTubers. Let me see. No, I just was put June. It's not that I have the chat. I was just rereading everything. You're happy if you'll take the chat. That's great because I'm trying to deal with other things. So my question to you guys, June, is please respond to the above question in both of you guys, yes or no to my question in mod chat, please. The monkey is banging. June, you're good. There is not going on much today, guys. Oh, I don't want to hear you. I don't want to hear your voice. I hate it when things are going off, these commercials. So right now, trying to all right, I respect that, June. So right now we are trying to find some stuff for y'all because the trial and the hearing in which we were going to watch is postponed until the 7th. It was on the dockets. We did check the dockets. But unfortunately, the surgeon's secret, the trial of Desmond Burks, was supposed to start today, will not start until the 7th. So right now, we really don't have much. We really don't have much to do. I did. I'm looking at it. I'm pulling it up. We're going to go there. I had it up and then it disappeared, so I'm getting it back up again. Okay. So, I was waiting for it to come back up again. Nala is playing. If you hear a little tapping going on in the background, my monkey's playing. I don't know how to say that. Hali, teen accused in mom's bedroom in court for hearing ahead of trial. Derek Rosa faced first-degree bedroom charges for unaliving his mother, Irene Garcia, who was found slain at the family's apartment. The teen is accused of brutally unaliving with a piece of blade his mother to death more than 2 years ago, was back in court for a hearing Monday, as his trial is expected to start later this month, and we do have him on our docket. Derek Rosa faces first-degree bedroom charges for the unaliving of his mother, Irene Garcia, who was found in the apartment. He was 15. Rosa is now 15, but was 13 at the time of the arrest. And police said that she was stabbed over 40 times October 12th of 23. Police state that officers responded to the apartment after a teen called 911 and confessed he unalived his mother of a 39-year-old woman to death with a kitchen blade. After taking Rosa into custody, officers found Garcia unalived in the bedroom next to the crib with her newborn 14-day-old baby unharmed. Rosa later told detectives he unalived her while she slept, according to the arrest report. He took photos of his mother's body and sent them to a friend on social media and told the same friend over the phone that he unalived her. Rosa, who at the time was an 8th grader in iMatter Academy in Hali, is being charged with the assault and is being held without bond while he awaits trial. He has pled not guilty. His trial is set to start on the 26th of January. Oh, there's where it went. He is set to start on the 26th of January. So, yes, we will be covering that trial as well. I'm hearing some dinging. I'm trying to figure out where it was coming from. They say there's live news coverage, but there's no new live news. for the Adrian Gonzalez Uvalde school unaliving trial, where the school PD officer is being tried for neglect. By not handling the situation appropriately. We have gone over the jury questionnaire. That is the last thing that was posted. Last thing that was posted. Do we have any courts that we can go and watch? Like Judge Boyd. I want to see if Judge Boyd is live today. Do you know what I find interesting is there's so many people who have taken Judge Boyd's information and channel and made channels based off of her channel, and they get away with it. Go figure. Is she live today? Nope. The last time she was live was 2 weeks ago. Who will do one a couple weeks back? Oh, nope, that was a trial. What is this dinging? I got something that's just dinging like crazy. Mods, are you sending me anything that I am not seeing? Because I'm getting doink, 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 doink. It's driving me crazy. Driving me crazy, boo. I don't know. Something keeps dinging. And I can't figure out what it is. I'm looking at everything and I can't find it. Yep. So there it is again. Why am I getting these alerts when I should have? All my alerts should be turned off. It's driving me flipping crazy. I don't want to do this day. I'm getting us something to watch, y'all. But I find it. There it goes again. I love how somebody likes to use Judge Boyd's trials as their own. This one's an actual trial. I don't want to get in the middle of a trial. So let's see if I can go to a live. There we go. We'll share. Let me turn the sound on. It's on all the way. Let's get it up to where Miss Judge Boyd is in the house. There we go. Good morning, Judge Boyd. Hold on, guys. We have a hearing that's popped up. We're going to switch over to here. Let me get everything up and on. There we go. This here is the hearing with, I thought the YNW was over with. Millie witness tampering trial, Florida versus Jamal. What's his last name? Jamal Demons. Is he the one that would sit there and not answer the judge?
photographed Jamel Demon's cell in conditions of confinement. That's electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. Defendant's motion to bifurcate gang enhancement contained in count 1, count 3, and count 4, electronically filed December 29th, 2025. The defendant's amended motion in limine to prohibit the introduction of out-of-court statements and irrelevant evidence, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. The defendant's motion for statement of particulars as to count 2, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. The defendant's motion to sever count 2 from counts 1, 3, and 4, and 5, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. The defense motion for additional time to file motion to suppress, electronically filed December the 29th, 2025. And the state's response to the defendant's motion for statement of particulars as to count 2, as electronically filed January 2nd, 2026. So I did review all the motions. I did review all the authority cited therein. So I guess we'll just take them one at a time. Defense, when you're ready, you may proceed. Same podium.
So what I'm going to do. Your Honor, what I'm going to do real quickly is kind of give your Honor the chronology of communication amongst the parties. So I'll start off by saying I feel confident state will agree tomorrow won't be necessary. So we filed the motions on December 29th, giving the state attorney's office the opportunity to review those. We began communication with them on December 31st. They assured us they would look at everything, and they kept their word with great precision. And on the 2nd, we opened the line of communication so that we could have today go forward.
Okay, let me do a quick case overview on this so you know what's going on. Jamal Demons, not demons, but is pronounced Demons, known officially as YNW Melly, already faces 2 counts of first-degree redrum in the 2018 unaliving of YNW Juvie and YNW's Chaser, something like that. The redrum trial ended in a hung jury in 23, leading to a mistrial. What are the witnessing tampering charges? Well, the prosecutor alleges that Millie attempted to pressure and influence key witnesses in connection with this redrum. Millie is accused of pressuring a witness not to testify during his 2023 redrum trial. He's alleged tampering occurred behind scenes while he awaited retrial. The charges were filed 3 years ago, but the case only is now moving to trial. The witness tampering trial actually will start on January 21st. This is a hearing. Before the trial hearings, the court is hearing critical pretrial motions. The defense effort to exclude evidence related to the redrum case from being shown to the tampering jury. Arguments over prosecution can present regarding Millie's communication and alleged attempt of influence of testimony. Co-defendant is Cortland YNW Bortlin Harry. Why do people have all these weird names? Just use your freaking name. Millie, co-defendant in the redrum case, has already pled no contest to 2 counts of accessory after the fact, pleading to related witness tampering charges and received 10 years in prison. Why is this important? Well, it could impact Millie's upcoming redrum trial. It may determine what evidence procedures can be used. Prosecutors can use to show pattern of obstruction. The defense is aggressively trying to separate the tampering case from the redrum allegations, arguing that jurors would be unfairly prejudiced if they hear about the homicide charges. So that's what this hearing is about.
And so I'll give the court, with Your Honor's permission, a rundown of where we are, and then invite the state to correct any of my errors if I make any.
Yes, sir.
So With regard to the motion to inspect and photograph Mr. Devon's cell, the state attorney's office takes a position that they don't take a position, but that's up to the sheriff's department. And so we reached out to the legal department, and so what we'll try to do, Your Honor, is resolve that without the involvement of the court, see if we can reach a resolution on that. If it's necessary, we'll let the court know. But we're going to try to reach that resolution outside of the court's involvement.
If you do need me to hear that, and this is reset, I'll just say we'll defer onto this one and make sure that they're noticed for the hearing in court. They got to be in the notice of hearing. Did you talk to Mr. Savanos?
We sent an email and believe that no one was available yet to review it. But the jail has been responding to all of our requests very, very quickly.
Okay.
We've got following the case, so we have no doubt that they'll respond pretty quickly. Regarding the motion to eliminate, there have been some positions by the state. I'll let Ms. Howe come and address that because that involves a number of subject matters. And I think there'll be an agreement between the state and the defense on what they'll not be going forward with. So I'll skip over that. The motion to sever count 2 from counts 1, 3, and 4. My understanding is that the state will agree to that motion and not move forward on count 2.
Just by close that.
Agreeing to their motion, I'm severing the count on our own, and so the motion is moved at this point.
So we'll bifurcate the proceedings. We're going to go forward on the other 3 counts. By the way, separate and apart from our discussion today, my office should have emailed everyone this morning some proposed preliminary, let's call them preliminary jury instructions. Again, I'm not married to any of that. If and when, and only if we get to the end of all the evidence, I'll give you a charge conference, just like normal, and I'll be happy to listen to either side with any requests of things they wanted added or deleted or changed. But in the preliminary instructions, I did in fact do it where the first 3 counts would go first, and then the count 2, the gang activities would be bifurcated. So Ms. Buckley, you're moving to do that yourself.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so then based on that, without objection from the state, that one's going to be granted. The trial will go forward as to counts 1, 3, and 5 only for purposes of what the jury sees. I'm going to call those counts 1, 2, and 3, but on our information, it's count 1, tampering with a witness in a capital felony. Count 3, solicitation to commit tampering, and count 5, conspiracy to commit tampering.
And Judge, I typed up an order.
Oh, okay. Let's see what you got.
I showed defense counsel.
Okay, Mr. Finley, no objection to this?
Okay.
Okay, so this one's going to be granted and entered. Give me 1 second.
Advocate gang enhancement as to counts 1, 3, and 4. The state has agreed to forego enhancement on those counts, and I think they should have an order, an ED order, and have no objection to the order as it's drafted.
That's correct, Your Honor. We're going on the gang enhancement on those other counts.
All right, so you're not gonna seek it at any point.
No, and the only caveat is if somehow the door is open, gang evidence could come up, but otherwise we're not going forward on the enhancement.
Okay, so hypothetically, if the defendant got convicted on one of those counts, you're not going to want to present any additional evidence, and you're not going to be asking for that enhancement to be included. Okay, so no objection to this order, Ms. Buckley? Okay. So then, otherwise, that one by the agreement of the parties is granted. Give me 1 second.
I'm so bad, y'all, but it's driving me crazy. Look at that chunk of hair that was left out of her dye job.
Because this is Massachusetts, Massachusetts, I think is still running to that. So how would we go about that?
Well, I mean, my position would be once we start jury selection in the case, it's started, it's bifurcated only for purposes of how we're gonna handle it. It's gonna be the same jury, it's gonna be the same trial. I think once jury selection starts, Speedy's been satisfied, but that's just my take. All right, so that handles those. So Ms. Howe, whenever you're ready, anything else you want to tell me? I got the motion for statement of particulars, the motion for additional time to file any motion to suppress you might like to, and your amended motion eliminate, which involves several separate paragraphs.
Yes, thank you, Judge. And may I request that Mr. Jennings have at least one hand on the clock for purposes?
Yeah, that's fine, Gary. That's fine. Yeah. Okay, let me just press pause real quick. All right, real quick 5-minute break. Okay, we'll be in recess for 5 minutes.
Not that if you use that to approach sidebar, if there's some belief that it's or something like that.
Yeah, that's fine. And if you need me to send the jury out to have that discussion, I'm happy to do that too. It's not a problem. Okay.
And the same with paragraph 2.
All right, state your same position as the TikTok video of Neek Baby, NEAKBABY. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor. I informed the defense that we would not be playing the video. I might use a screenshot because of the username, which was part of the investigation as to identifying users on the book. But we would not be playing the video.
Okay, so same ruling as to paragraph number 1. As to paragraph number 3, statements by James Howard. Yes, ma'am.
So, Your Honor, provided in discovery are literally hundreds of phone calls of James Howard to a whole bunch of different people. And, but none of the calls appear to have anything to do with Devon. So there appears to be a call where he indicates to someone he knows Nellie, quote unquote, or needs to talk to Nellie, quote unquote. But there is nothing that indicates there's any conversation.
I'm really not liking this court feed. We do have an update on the Gonzalez hearing in Texas. They're posting about 30 minutes behind schedule, so everything is on a 30-minute delay. 11 a.m. Roughly 450 potential jurors, 50, that's not good, have already been dismissed, according to the WFAA, Rebecca Lopez. Judge Sid Harley addressed potential jurors, telling them that this trial is very important to both sides. They've been waiting for deposition for years. This needs to be resolved. Harley reminded potential jurors that the Gonzalez remains innocent until proven guilty. This indictment absolutely and unequivocally means nothing, he said. He also reminded jurors that the burden of proof remains with the prosecution. The defense does not even have to provide evidence. They can simply say to the state didn't prove its case, and you can hold that against it. You cannot hold that against the defendant. Every defendant is cloaked under the presumption of innocence throughout the trial. If Gonzalez decides not to take the stand, he told jurors that they cannot hold it against him. If you can't do that, you cannot sit on the jury, he said. Gonzalez has elected for the court to impose the sentence if he's found guilty. He also addressed the awareness of the trial. This is a very high-profile case. I doubt there is not a person here who's not heard about it. We're not looking for people who haven't heard about it, just people who can hear the evidence fairly and impartially. He also told the jurors, if you have prejudged this case, you cannot be on the jury. And that's where they stand. So we are still waiting for the jury. They've already dismissed 50. It does not say they have anybody actually that has been accepted into the jury. They're weeding out the jury pool before they go in and do the void diers. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. This is not how I planned our day to turn out, but that's okay.
From James Howard to somebody about that would be relevant to charge of 200
State, you want to use these statements?
We do plan on using the statement, not the irrelevant call, Your Honor, but in the warrant affidavit, PC affidavit, it does spell out that there are numerous calls between James Howard and one of the defendant's girlfriends, Erin Burnett. There were, I believe, 26 calls made to Cortland Henry, calls to Erin Burnett. There's some calls that discuss ASAP Rocky with Mr. Henry, which is part of the tampering case that we plan on presenting. So there are calls that are specifically laid out within the warrant affidavit and the PC affidavit that state which calls we would likely use.
Okay.
All the other calls are irrelevant.
Okay, so for this one, I'll defer on it. Again, each side can make whatever appropriate objection they need to at the time of trial. Again, I'll repeat, if it's an issue that I need to send the jury out to have a more thorough discussion with the lawyers, I'm happy to do that. If the parties aren't in agreement on some of these, I don't know any other way to do it. I don't know what the evidence, witnesses or testimony are going to be at the trial. I would need to hear what that is to determine if this evidence is admissible, if it's hearsay, if there's a hearsay exception, if it's relevant. So as to paragraph number 3, I'm going to defer. That statement's by James Howard. Paragraph number 4 is phone calls between Cortland Henry and Junvia Molina, which is Juneviah Molina, Molina. Yes, ma'am.
I believe the state is yes, sir. And I informed the defense this morning that we don't plan on using those calls unless for some reason I find a call that explicitly has something that shows the conspiracy is still ongoing. I would let them know ahead of time, but as of right now, no.
Okay, so that one is again granted based on that caveat. Number 5, hearsay statements contained in writings and phone calls of Terrence Mathis. Yes, ma'am.
And Your Honor, I put this in a motion when we simply to really alert the court. I think that this is going to be an issue I'm sure you're going to want to defer on with regards to the sufficiency of the evidence of a conspiracy. Mr. Mathis is not testifying as a witness to the extent to which his statements or writings are admissible. I assume the state would be relying on the conspirator hearsay. And of course, the law is very clear that conspiracy has to be proven prior to admission of co-conspirator hearsay. So I recognize this is a difficult issue for the court to rule on ahead of time without hearing what evidence may be presented. But I think it's important that it is raised at this point so that we're not jumping into hearsay, having objections in front of the jury, all of that. So I really am wanting to put the court on notice that this is a concern of ours and one which I think the court is going to have to address.
Okay, and you want to use this?
We do, Judge, and I think you will disagree on this, but the state's position is that the writings that we intend to use, the calls that we intend to use, while it is maybe Terrence Mathis' voice on the call, it is actually the defendant's words. They're his letters. We do have jail video we intend to present where he is, and it's all explicitly stated in the warrant affidavit and PC affidavit, where the defendant is holding what appears to be a kite, which is a letter. It passes jail, goes under his door. Another inmate takes it, passes it through the wall. Another inmate grabs it on the other side of the wall and presents it to Mr. Mathis. He then walks over to the phones and makes a call to Cortland Henry. And so that is there. I can provide Your Honor with the calls that we intend to use to make rulings ahead of time, but I do think there are multiple layers to these calls. The first layer, not even being co-conspirator statements. I would say they're not being authentic, not assertive, but it's a statement of legal significance, aka an operative fact, therefore not hearsay. And then the other statements that would not fall under that hearsay, non-hearsay, ruling would be co-conspirator statements. And I do believe there is sufficient evidence, either just spelled out in the affidavit or PC affidavit, to explain that there was a conspiracy going on. Obviously, under the evidence standard, we do have obviously the verbal acts that we would not consider hearsay as part of the conspiracy. We have the James Howard calls to Mr. Henry. We have payments made by Mr. Payments to Mr. Mathis's attorney, George Perez. We have the defendant's phone privileges revoked. We have texts between Mariah Hamilton and Geneva Molina. We have other calls Mr. Mathis made to Portland Henry about Ms. Barnett. We have Ms. Hamilton not showing up for trial or deposition. And we have that jail video. Just to make it.
Yeah, last word on this one. Go ahead.
Thank you. About 80% of what was mentioned appears also to be hearsay. I'm not sure what statements of legal significance mean in terms of the exception to hearsay rule or operative facts. But it does seem like it is going to be an issue we're going to have to address as we see how the evidence comes in. I would remind the court that the dates alleged are April 10th through July 22nd, 2023. And the state has been very cooperative with providing discovery, so I'm sure we're going to get this information. The videos we have at this point appear to all have occurred after the dates charged in information, but that might just be how they came across. So we'll have a chance to look that up and see what they intended to do. So I'm going to go forward that we have to have exhibits.
Well, just so you all see it.
Yes.
You don't have to turn them into me.
I know, but that will give us a chance.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm paragraph number 5. Hearsay statements contained in the writings and phone calls of Terrence Mathis. I'll defer on that one, and I'll give you a ruling at whatever time it arises during the trial, based on whatever objection either side thinks they need to make. So,
Judge Lindley, I'm sorry, obviously the majority of paragraph 5 and what we've been arguing about is a lot of state statements. So we would really need a ruling prior to the jury being sworn. Obviously, that would affect whether or not we go forward. So if I may, maybe we can put together some calls for your honor to listen to, and we can have another hearing date where it's argued prior to the jury being sworn.
I mean, if you want to turn something over to me and have me reviewed ahead of time, as long as they have it and they don't object to it, I'm happy to do that. I've never heard any of these calls. I've never seen any of these writings. So this is all in a vacuum to me.
And just so you know, the argument really is the conspiracy has to be proved, not prove the hearsay. So having the phone calls aren't going to necessarily give the court the information needed to determine whether there's independent evidence of the conspiracy so as to allow the phone calls that are hearsay. So I think that almost requires an evidentiary hearing.
The state's arguing that some of these calls, the state calls, are not hearsay.
Yeah, listen, I'm not quite sure how I can do that before the trial, but I mean, I'll try to craft some time for you. And this isn't something you want to do tomorrow.
I would have to get all the calls together, but I can try.
Okay. Well, as to that one, I'm going to defer on it when we get done with our discussion today. If you want me to schedule something in the future, understanding that I'm starting, as I'm sure you all know, I'm starting another capital case on Wednesday, so I might have a limited amount of time, but I'll do the best I can for you. On my case on Wednesday,
I might be able to.
well, I think I'm going to decline that invitation at this point.
No, it's scheduling purposes. It's not anything. Yeah.
Okay, well, press pause on that. Number 6, the resolution of Cortland Henry's case and the resolution of Terrence Mathis's case. Yes, ma'am. All right, you're not going to introduce any of this. All right, so that one's granted. We're not talking about how they resolve their cases. 7, any mention of the counts of the information that only charge Terrence Mathis and Cortland Henry. Yes, ma'am. You guys aren't? Okay. So, Ms. Buckle, if we get that far and you've tried plenty of these cases with me before. We would need a dummy information for the jury, which would only contain, since we're bifurcating the 3 counts that would be for their consideration. And you can remove the numbering, just the language, and just show it to defense. And just so they are aware, I give each juror a copy of the jury instructions, and I would give the jury as a whole this single dummy information, which just contains the actual language that's in the paragraph of the information, nothing else. So there would be nothing going back to the jury regarding the counts that do not include Mr. Demons. Number 8, the fact that Mr. Demons is charged with a capital felony. Yes, ma'am.
And it would be our position, Judge, that the fact that the capital felony is also a sentencing enhancement, and that it is prejudicial to Mr. Demons for the jury to know he's under indictment for murder, when it is not necessary to the charge itself. The allegation is not an element of the offense, it is a sentencing enhancement. Punishable by life, and the court can take judicial notice of this, or obviously we can stipulate to this, should there be a conviction on this.
Defense, state your position on that is.
Well, Your Honor, at first I was a little confused with the wording of it, and I did bring that up to counsel, because the title says the fact that Mr. Demons was charged with capital felony, so I was in agreement, obviously, not to talk about sentencing, or that was a capital felony, that is saving life or death. But the fact that he is charged with murder is the underlying offense as to the tampering, and that is completely relevant to the case, serious nature of the case as to why a witness might be tampered with. You can't try our case in a vacuum at this point. It's very typical for the underlying charge to come in and for the court to take notice of it and just to discuss basic facts of the case in order to establish the tampering without making it a feature of the case.
Well, I'm looking at 21.10, the standard jury instruction for tampering with a witness pursuant to 912.22, subsection 1, which is exactly what Mr. Demons is charged with. To prove the crime of tampering with a witness, the state must prove the following 3 elements beyond a reasonable doubt. The third element is the official investigation or official proceeding or offense or violation of the condition of probation, parole, release, affected, attempted to be affected, involved the investigation or prosecution of a, and then they give me a list of choices, and one of those is the capital felony. It's an element of the crime. So over the defense objection, I think that one's going to be denied. It's an element of the crime. So the defense's objection is duly noted, but I certainly can't prevent the state from introducing evidence of something that they're required to introduce to prove their case.
So, I'm sorry, Judge, if I just want to clarify.
Sure.
That would allow the state to introduce evidence that Mr. Demons is charged with those offenses.
Yeah, that's all they have to prove.
Yeah.
That he's charged with. Yeah, I would certainly limit the evidence as to that. The focus of this trial, the focus of the underlying offense, whether he may be, and I think I read in one of your pleadings, he may be actually innocent of that offense. He's presumed innocent of that offense. That still doesn't change the fact he can be charged with tampering with a witness. But it's an element of the crime that he is charged with a capital felony. And then the standard instruction goes on to say the court instructs you that first-degree murder is a capital felony. So I'm going to allow the state to do that. I would certainly limit it. It's not going to become a feature of this trial. What the underlying circumstances of that alleged crime are. But the fact that he's charged with the crime, I think they're certainly allowed to introduce that from the jury. All right, number 9, music lyrics published by Jamel Demons. Yes, ma'am.
So, Judge, it's our position that there's lyrics that have been provided in discovery, and none of the lyrics were written during the time alleged in the information with regards to witness tampering. Lyrics don't have any relevance to witness tampering, and so it's our position any lyrics are relevant to the determination of Mr. Demons' innocence or guilt, and material as the court knows custody since 2019. So, and this information is charges April to July 2023. So there's, I can't conceive of how there's would be a consideration.
Do you all want to use any of those?
I told counsel this morning, I did not plan on using any of the published lyrics. I did use the caveat of within the phone, defendant's phone, there might be notes where there's some lyrics where he mentioned Mariah or what he calls Riri, but those aren't official lyrics. No one intends to use any of the official lyrics. He provided them separate.
All right. I mean, so that one's granted. Again, based on that caveat. Number 10, social media posts, Snapchat records, phone records, and Instagram messages from 2018 and 2019. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, as the court knows, the prior judge suppressed a great deal of this, but some of it for the murder case, we believe was admissible. There were new warrants issued, but all of those accounts are from 2018 to 2019. So it is our position they would not be relevant. They are remote in time from this incident, and there would be no evidentiary value in this evidence, in the charges, the present charges that, as I say, are alleged to have occurred in 2023.
Yes, ma'am.
So Judge, I would object as to this paragraph as being too broad. There are things within these records we don't intend to use for purposes of this trial, again, not making the homicide a feature of this case. However, we do have to prove that there was a relationship of some sort between Ms. Hamilton and the defendant and other witnesses in this case as to how she was tampered with. Including in those records are phone numbers to prove numbers being called from the jail, social media pictures to show that they had a relationship, things of that nature, or nicknames used, things like that, because the calls use nicknames, they use code. So it would be introduced minimally to show those particular types of items, but not extensively to obviously try the homicide again.
And the whatever you might be referring to, that survived Judge Murphy's order?
Some of it did, yeah. And again, counsel brought it up, but we did do new warrants that did not include any of the suppressed evidence when submitting them to the court, and those were signed, and there was other evidence not included in the original warrants that were obtained through the secondary warrants.
Yeah, I'll give you the last word. Go ahead.
So first of all, the state does not have to prove a relationship in 2018, 2019 to prove the charge of tampering in 2023. The relationship is not what is an issue. It's, was she duly summoned to appear in court? There's lots of language about all of that. So what their relationship was in 2018, 2019 as revealed in any of the social media posts and phone calls would not be relevant to their relationship in 2023. And nor, as I say, is the fact of a relationship the issue. The fact is, was she summoned? I have the statute in that exact language. Was she summoned for, an official proceeding? And did Mr. Devon do something to prevent that? So I would submit that it is not relevant. It only serves to prejudice him. Evidence that's fully clear prior to the incident.
All right. So for this one, number 10, I'm going to defer as to this. Again, I need to see the evidence as it comes out in the trial. I presume this person is going to testify. MH, I guess. You don't have to tell me today, but I assume this person is going to testify. So that may resolve a lot of these issues, but I'll defer as to it. We're going to have to be very careful. Anything that is out from Judge Murphy's prior orders, which have already been affirmed by the 4th TCA. Obviously, all of that remains out. So if there's something different, I guess I'll just have to see what it is. what the state's theory is, what the defense is arguing, what the evidence is. So I'll defer on that. Number 11, evidence and allegations from the pending murder case.
And Judge, we talked about this a little bit earlier, or you did, with regards to the facts of the murder case. And I would submit to the court the facts of the case are not relevant. The fact that MH is a witness of some sort, allegedly, may be relevant, but not the facts of the murder case. We are not here to try the murder case. We're here to try an allegation of offense that occurred 4 years later. The underlying facts of the murder case have really no bearing, right? You could be acquitted of the murder case. In fact, I did bring a case that I was reading a case about a person who was acquitted of a stalking charge, but was still tried on the tampering with a witness of the stalking case. So the guilt or innocence, the facts or lack of facts of the murder case would not be relevant to the tampering charge. It's just, did Mr. Devon's do some action encourage her not to attend the trial or prevent her from doing so? So I think the fact, the court's already ruled the fact that he was charged, the fact there was some official proceedings between April and July would be admissible, but the facts of the underlying homicide case would not be relevant.
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, again, I think I said it a few times now, we don't plan on trying homicide twice. We're not going to make a feature of the case, but some evidence as to the nature of the case, the relationship, how she was involved in the original case needs to come in.
All right, so listen, as to this one, I'm going to deny it without prejudice to each side making whatever appropriate objection they need to at the appropriate time. I'm just going to have to see how the evidence comes out. I will tell you, State, I'm going to limit a lot of it. You're telling me you don't want to make it a feature, so I'm not going to let you make it a feature anyway. But I can't make you try the case in a vacuum, and certainly if the person that was tampered with there was some kind of prior relationship, I could certainly see a presentation of evidence where that would become relevant, or maybe not, but I'm denying it without prejudice at this point. Number 12, any evidence of alleged drug smuggling in the jail?
I think the state is in agreement with this.
You are. Okay.
Again,
All right. So based on that, that one is granted as well. So we'll get you a written order on that one right now. My clerk will do it. I wrote down next to each. Yep. What's next?
The motion for statement particulars. And this is as
I wanted to go. I want to pause here because some people don't know what that means, deny without prejudice. Basically, what that means is the judge has denied something without prejudice. That means without prejudice means the judge is not granting the motion at that time, right in that instant. But the person who entered the motion or the party is allowed to fix the issue and refile it at a later date. If he said, basically, denied without prejudice means it's not the final ruling to a point. It is final so long as they do not fix the problem and refile. Also, it can mean it's simply not ready, not properly supported, or not appropriate at this time. With prejudice means can't bring it up again. We're done. It's a dead issue. Without prejudice means motion is missing evidence, premature, procedurally defective, may become relevant at a later date. It may not meet the legal requirements to be filed at that time.
So the purposes of our trial starting 21st. But Judge, as as I lay out in the motion, the charge itself, first, interestingly, I could find no cases. I found a federal case that referred to the fact that there are no state cases on this one.
There's no standard jury instructions.
Correct. And so generally, I think with the way this is charged, it would be subject to a motion to dismiss. Because
Here's your motion to dismiss. Here is your motion to dismiss. Okay, sorry about that, guys. I have this courtroom gained up 100%. So now, is this a better, more comfortable volume, Angela? I don't know how much evidence they have, but is this a better volume? Because I have my volume turned down pretty far, and I have the court volume at 100%. They don't have microphones on their tables, as you can see.
And it's not just how it's charged, it's tracking the statutory.
It's screaming in my ears.
But the cases, and the state provided them in their memo, have very helpfully, all say that a motion to dismiss is improper until there's a statement of particulars that actually outlines what are the essential facts of the crime. And here, with the charge of directing the activities of a criminal gang, it would be our position that, so the information definitely tracks the statute word for word, but there are no facts as to the essential elements. So it's unlawfully and knowingly initiate, organize, plan, finance, direct, manage, and or supervise criminal gang-related activity, to wit, which would be a good time to put in what essential facts was a criminal gang activity, but instead this information just tracks the statute and activity committed with the intent to benefit, etc. What is the activity? Or an activity in which participants are identified as gang members. Again, without any information with regards to the state's position on activity, the 3 months alleged in the information leaves it wide open as to what is the criminal gang-related activity that the state is going forward on. We are really in the dark on that, unless it's as simple as witness tampering, in which case that is something the state can provide in a statement of particulars. But otherwise, we have a 3-month period alleged without any specific facts as to what the criminal gang-related activity that the state intends to prove would be. And it does leave us unable to properly prepare. It also leaves Mr. Jones open with regards to double jeopardy concern. What is, for that 3-month period, what else is he potentially liable for? And while the cases cited by the state do say what we all know, which is Florida's liberal discovery rules have taken the place often of a statement of particulars, but as said specifically in the Supreme Court cases cited by the state, Dilworth, Waters, and even Lindsay, the court notes it is the liberal discovery rules coupled with the right to a statement of particulars as to the alleged essential facts the state is going forward. At this point, it would be our position that the statutory language is so generic that it does not inform Mr. Demmons what allegedly criminal acts he committed because it's like the statute says, paraphrasing, it's a crime to commit crimes. But we don't know what crimes are allegedly involved. So in one of the leading cases cited by the state versus Dilworth, the Supreme Court of Florida addressed the whole issue on, and it's like, I couldn't really find anything very similar, but talked about sort of information can be dismissed for vagueness if, in combination with a statement of particulars, a defendant is not sufficiently informed as to essential facts. So in Dilworth, it involved 15 counts of unemployment compensation fraud. And the counts each mirrored each other, except had different dates. And the court said a mere allegation that an accused engaged in fraudulent transactions, practices, or course of business is not specific enough to inform a defendant of what the alleged did wrong. I would submit the same thing is true here. A mere allegation that a defendant is involved in criminal activity is not specific enough to inform a person as to what they allegedly did wrong. So, and again, citing the Florida Supreme Court, the advent of Florida's liberal discovery rules in criminal cases, along with the availability of a statement of particulars, a defendant is no longer forced to obtain information about the charge only from the charging document. So it is our, and similar language in State Waters, I believe it is. State v. Covington. In Covington, the Florida Supreme Court, kind of think of that was, I have a copy of the court, I'd like to see it.
Again.
State v. Covington, the Florida Supreme Court affirmed a motion to dismiss, saying it was generally okay to track the statutory language, but if the information as a whole is still vague, indefinite, or exposed an accused to the danger of second prosecution, it must be supplemented by other factual allegations which set out the acts alleged to constitute the offense with precision and particularity. Here, there's nothing other than criminal activity. State v. Waters, it also talks about broad discovery and a statement of particulars is sufficient. And I sort of, and State v. Wins, same thing. Following the statute is generally sufficient when supplemented with a statement of particulars. One case that wasn't cited that I found interesting was
Take your time.
Yeah. And so, for one thing, I would mention that the cases cited by the state where it's a state appeal, generally it's because the trial court granted a motion to dismiss the information or indictment for vagueness. And so that's how the issue comes up, is in the motion to dismiss. And that's why the court generally says the information is sufficient if supplemented by a statement of particulars. And in fact, there are cases where they say an accused waives the argument on the vagueness of the information if a statement of particulars is not requested. So in State versus Pettigene, I'll say, which is the first DCA case in 2020 at 297 3rd 991. This was a felony hazing charge at FSU. You might all remember that. And so the state did file a statement of particulars. So they still, the trial court dismissed the felony hazing charge because it was so, it just tracked the statutory language. But the appellate court found, and I was impressed with it, that the statement of particulars provided by the state, which is extremely detailed, it starts on page 4 and is recounted for several pages. So the court found with the statement of particulars, the charge itself was not too big. So it is our position that the way the statute reads, which is mirrored in the information, does not provide adequate notice and does not protect Mr. Demons against double jeopardy or being tried again for acts that are included in this time frame and this
Yep, state your response.
That we filed a written response that will rely on, in addition, I would argue that the discovery provided does pretty much spell out what the state is used for each count. The detective does write it in his affidavit and in his probable cause affidavit.
Okay.
But
Yeah, last word. Go
all
ahead.
right, thank you. One of the cases actually specifically said it was wrong for the court to even rely on a cause affidavit that is about the charging document. And I think from all of our prior discussions, the court knows there's this issue about the phone calls with James Howard that was an independent investigation of James Howard. That's how that came up. There's this issue about drugs in the jail. There's these other issues that are floating around. So to say discovery answers the question for it, it really doesn't. It really doesn't, because there's lots of claims of various criminal activity in the jail. And I think even Mr. Demons isn't charged with it. The co-defendant was, the use of electronic communication. But arguably, that's a crime and a criminal activity that's occurring during this time period. So I would submit that the information should be supplemented in order to withstand condition to dismiss. We have a statement of particulars as to what criminal activity the state intends to rely upon as essential facts of the case. And ultimately, the court, I think, is going to need jury instructions.
Based on that, anything else you want to say? Mike Pettigene, Petagin. Okay, so listen, on this one, I read the state's response. I'm familiar with those cases. I agree with those cases. The state tracked the statute. That's certainly enough to survive a motion to dismiss. The 4 DCAs made their position on that very clear with this judge, even when this judge didn't agree. But be that as it may, nevertheless, I do note the references, as the defense points out, to statements of particulars. So state, I'm going to grant it. Here's what I'm going to grant it. Every information that your office files, for example, if it's a burglary that's alleged, you track the statute for burglary, and then you say to wit, and you list the victim of the burglary, the location of the burglary, the property that was taken. For every grand theft crime that your office files an information, you track the statute, and then you put to wit, and then you put here's the property taken, and here was the value. For every robbery information that your office files, you track the statute, and then you say to wit, and you put the victim of the crime, the force that was used, the property that was taken. So based on that, I am going to grant it. I don't know, by reading the statute and by reading the information, the jury is going to be told that Mr. Demon is charged with initiating or organizing or planning or financing or directing or managing or supervising.
Wow, the defense won. Oh, sorry. Wow, the defense won that one.
Some activity. So they need to know what that activity is. So state, I'm going to grant the defense motion for statement of particulars as to count 2. I'll give you 10 days to file a statement of particulars, understanding our time constraints here, but the fact that this count's going to go last and the other counts are going to go in front of it. So it's granted with 10 days for the state to file the statement of particulars. This will try to get more on that one. Granted, the state has 10 days to file a statement of particulars as to count 2. Ms. Howard, I think that leaves your pending motion for additional time to file a motion to suppress.
Yes, and Judge, frankly, I had hoped to have that done. I just have not had the time to do some of these other things. So I would ask if in fact I wasn't sure whether it actually tracks the dates that Judge Murphy already has ruled would be admissible. I think it's 4 warrants in this case, and they're like 20 to 30 page affidavits. So I have to go through and compare them to see. And so I would ask for additional time.
Are these motions that are going to require witness testimony? Because at the end of the day, if we run out of time, it's certainly not ideal, but I can hear a pending motion to suppress contemporaneously with this trial. I might end up having to do that.
So I would suspect, but I'm not promising, that it would be a motion based on the 4 corners of the affidavit in terms of breadth, so, and sufficiency.
Which would not then require live witness testimony. Well, when I'm off the record, I guess the state's going to tell me something about my schedule this week that apparently I don't know about yet. But I can bring you back here tomorrow. I can bring you back here Friday, which is the 9th. You can appear in person or you can appear on Zoom. And if something's filed, I can do my best to try to create some hearing time for you, I'll ask the defense first. Which would you like me to do?
So, Judge, I'm sorry, Friday I have to be in Pensacola on a case. Tomorrow would be too soon.
You want to do it on Monday the 12th?
I think that the 12th is the day we're supposed to exchange exhibits. So it may be for that purpose to be able to look at what other exhibits.
You want to do that next Monday?
And it may not be necessary.
Okay. So let me ask this. I'll ask the defense first, then I'll ask the state. Defense, your request, I delete the all pending motions hearing for tomorrow. You don't need any time tomorrow, but I'm going to put you on. We'll just call it all pending motions as well as the trial status next Monday, which is January the 12th. Let's call it 9 o'clock in the morning. No, let me do it at 8:45 because I'm still optimistic that I'm going to be in a trial. 8:45 on January the 12th. Defense, that's okay with you?
Yes.
State, that's okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. Defense, anything else I can do for you regarding Mr. Demons this morning? Yeah. State, anything else I can do for you regarding Mr. Demons this morning?
No, Judge, we may just transcribe our on the court schedule for our.
It's just not all.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well, listen then. I'm gonna press pause. Geez, otherwise we're gonna be in recess. We'll do a normal lunch break.
Okay, so they've That's pretty much it on that one. No, that was so bad. I'm trying to get what I can out of that. So I'm trying to give you a rundown of what just happened, okay? Let me give you a rundown what I could gather, okay? This is not a full list. This is just what I could come up with. The judge granted key defense motion. A YouTuber news report covering the hearing stated, the kid defense motion described as key or significant. What evidence the state could use in tampering trial. So he granted the some evidence could come in. It was so hard to hear. I couldn't tell exactly what it was. So the motions that were heard this morning were excluded evidence the state wanted to use. A motion to inspect a photograph Millie's jail cell. So they wanted to inspect and photograph the cell that Millie is staying in jail. And then they wanted limited reference to the Red Room case. Okay, so defense motion was granted. It was described as significant. But that's all I could really gather from that. It's really bad. We're going to switch gears now to the double homicide. The TikTok teens double homicide.
State and defense have done a phenomenal job.
And I got to reset. I got to reset.
Ever since that date, y'all have kept the court well informed of where y'all are at, what was needed, what was going to happen. And y'all have done that even for today. We've had multiple conference calls before this hearing. Y'all kind of knew what was going to eventually transpire today. That's because of y'all's diligent effort. And so, Ms. Williams, thank you. State, thank you. Ms. Williams, I do not believe that the delay in this report is a tactic or a fault of yours at all. I think that expert reports, from my own experience, they take time, and just the time frame that I laid down for this case is not getting.
What is it with these horrible court feeds in this day and age? Why do we not have better court feeds? Why?
You're expert enough time to get things done in a matter of time to give the state what they needed to do. While I know that you're saying you're ready, I also know that you need that full report, and you don't have it. I think that you're weighing that against saying that your client's in custody and you want to be ready to move forward for her best interest, but I also know that you want that full report as well. For you to get that full report a week from now or 2 weeks from now in the middle of trial, and the state to get that report for the first time at that point and then decide they need an expert, I do not think that would be fair and just for either side. And we've had that conversation candidly and honestly.
Basically, what he's saying here is that there's a report that both of you are going to want to use, and I don't think it's fair for us to proceed without that report, only for you to, in the middle of trial, decide all of a sudden you want to use said report, and it's going to cause a debacle.
Each other during conference calls. So even though I'm very reluctant to give a continuance in this case, I do think that it would be appropriate. With that being said, I don't want this case to languish. I still hold by what I told Ms. Patrick at the beginning. I don't want her to sit where she doesn't need to sit. That's not where she's supposed to be. And only if that's the case will let us see that here today. In order to get there, I got to try this case. So I have dates. I have a trial week that can handle this type of case in March. I have one that can handle this case in May, and I have one that can handle this in August. Now, you both know what's really there. Ms. Williams, you know the true ins and outs of your side and what's really needed. State, I think you're starting to see, based on this report, what you may actually need. Realistically, from each of you, when can y'all tell me we can be ready by this date and this case not have to be moved?
Judge, from the state's perspective, I think the best date to be that August date for everyone. That seems to be a date that will match up with what our needs are in terms of coverage for other courtrooms, as well as just the opportunity for our experts to prepare to combat any and all defenses as presented by Ms. Williams in the defense.
Ms. Williams?
Your Honor, I think that August would probably be the best to fit the court's need of not having to move it again. Realistically, I think that maybe if we said, March, we probably would be back here at in the same position to say, hey, maybe we need a little more time. So I don't often agree with the state, but I will say August would be the best bet if we're trying not to come back here and have the same announcement.
So I don't like setting cases just to set, which is why, in all candor, it'd be easy for me to sit here and go, let's place this on March, but know in the back of my mind, March is not going to be a realistic date. So with that being said, if we go with August, state, you're saying August, defense, you're saying August, are we all under the understanding that the chances of this case being moved off that August date are slim to none?
Absolutely.
And that barring some true just legal issue that I have to honor for fairness and justice to prevail, outside of that, we are going to make this case go and move. Everybody can agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Ms. Williams, you've talked with your client about this ahead of time. I know that. She is still in custody. I understand that today would have been a better day. Is your client also comfortable with that August date?
I don't know if comfortable is a good word, but I advised her of where we are and what moving into August would mean. And strategically, I think, and practically, she trusts me and my advice, and so I think we are in a position where we'll be okay with August.
Okay. All right. Based on what's been presented for me today, we'll place this on, I believe it's August 3rd. We'll place this on August 3rd. And with that, the understanding that if I'm going to bypass 2 trial weeks in order to get there, I'm bypassing 2 days that I could set it on, right? But by doing that, I'm giving defense and state all the time that you could possibly need to have this case ready. And August 3rd needs to be our day. We need to come in August 3rd, ready to pick a jury. All right? Where everyone's on the same page.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Again, I do want to stress how grateful I am to defense and state on how well y'all attacked this case. The general public, I don't believe they fully grasp the difficulty of preparing a case like this. While we did set this at a very ambitious date, August still has Ms. Patrick getting tried within a year of her indictment. In other words, we will not reach a year of her indictment in her case. Again, for a case like this, if you look across the state of the country, that is very fast, even in August, Ms. Patrick. And I believe your attorneys probably explained that to you to some degree. But it does need to be August. So August 3rd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okie dokie. So I started watching this woman who is a lawyer who deals in nothing but YouTube and social media law. And learned a lot. And talked about the fair use, how there really is no such thing. It's a legal term that's used only in courts, but YouTubers have taken it and run with it. I find that very interesting, but the fact is that she deals with a lot of high-end, like 10 million members or subscriber type YouTube channels, and they get taken down and they have to fight to get back up. And one of the things that was said was it talked about how YouTube goes through its copyright strike process. And I guess my question is that I got a copyright strike. They took me down for 7 days. 14 days after they took me down, my video was given back and I won my appeal. So does that mean if they copy strike me again, do I get taken out again? Yes. So even though I won, it's every video they can copyright strike, and then I would appeal every video. So I'm looking and trying to find a trial feed for tomorrow that is not based out of the KSAT 12 San Antonio News, unless Court TV or Law and True Crime Trials or somebody else picks it up. So let's see. Is there anything else popping right now? I don't think there is. Everything that's on right now is rewatches. Oh, excuse me. Do you have anything, mods? Because otherwise, I may just end the trial in for today because we don't really have anything else. I'm trying to allocate something else for us. Everything is old. There's a bunch of people rewatching. Excuse me. There's a live police chase in. What news is this? Well, they covered the news thing up.
Closer,
Can't see.
guys, to the left side. BH will be coming up here in the 5 blocks.
I've even put on chases like these other people have, and I'm going copyrighted. Go figure, right? Nothing here. I know. I wish they had mics. These courtrooms, they should have mics. We can do this.
Break. Vance early this morning after a security incident. The vice president and his family were not home at the time. They're back in Washington, D.C. Details about what exactly happened are still unclear, but some video does show damage to some of the home's windows. The Secret Service says a suspect was taken into custody by Cincinnati police.
Hey, thanks for watching. And don't.
Yeah, that's really bad. I don't go for that stuff, y'all. You cannot like somebody, that's fine. Leave them be. Leave them be. Let it go. Let it go. Well, guys, I don't think there's anything else. What do you think, Miss June and Angela? I want to give my mods a shout out, Miss Angela and Miss June. Thank you so much for working with me today. You're fabulous. Fabulous, fabulous, fabulous. But these allergies are killing me, man. I don't have the drainage anymore because I took the meds, but I still don't feel well. Yep, there's nothing else here. Nothing else is popping. Let me see if they have a update. It has been more than 3.5 years since a gunman barred. Okay, let me get back over here. Come on, cooperate. All these dang ads. Okay, I think 11 o'clock is the last update I actually have for, well, it says 12/12. Yeah, 11 is the last official update they've given us on the Adrian Gonzalez hearing. So I'm asking my mods if we should end for now, unless there's something y'all want. I wish there's something we could watch in Discord, that we can all watch together in Discord. That would be great. Whew, excuse me. The only sad thing about this, the really only sad thing about this medicine I took is it can make me sleepy, but I've already was sleepy. But I think we're pretty much, there's nothing else I don't think is going to pop today. I'm looking. Looky. We're looking. Someone asked what that gong is. I'm trying to get my mod's attention. Everything that's popping up that we can watch, or, you know, there's no live coverage anywhere. It's one of those days. There's literally nothing live to watch. Okay. Well, since I haven't had a response, I'm going to go ahead and say, for now, we're going to end this live. This particular trial that was supposed to start today is not going to start till the 7th. We do have the Adrian Gonzalez trial, keep wanting to call it Gutierrez trial, that will be starting in the near future. He is the ex-Uvalde CISD officer who is on trial for what he did not do, not for what he did do. So what's going to happen is we're going to be following that. It is posted that they're scheduled to go live at 9 a.m., but that may just be part of jury selection. They may be over. I don't know. But as soon as they're over and trial happens, we will be live with you for every waking moment of the Uvalde trial. All right, guys, y'all be blessed. Y'all have a fabulous day. The sun is barely poking out. It's been overcast today. As you can see, I'm getting some shadowing of sun. Very nice to feel. I'm going to go empty out my car. Still got sister's things in my car. I'm going to go finish planning her service and getting things done. In the meantime, we'll be monitoring the other trials. All right. Y'all have a. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.